안녕하십니까? UN 여성기구의 제1회 성평등 담화에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 저는 UN 여성기구 성평등센터의 이하정 대외협력팀장입니다. 오늘 행사의 책임자로서 이렇게 귀빈 여러분들 앞에서 사회를 맡게 되어 영광입니다. 국제 행사인인 만큼 오늘 행사는 영어로 진행되는 점을 양해해 주시고 동시 통역이 제공되고 있사오니 통역기의 1번 한국어 채널을 사용해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Welcome everyone to the UN Women, the first gender equality dialogue on breaking gender barriers for a better future of K industries. My name is Ah-jung Lee, and I'm the External Relations Specialist at UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality, based here in Seoul. On behalf of the organizers, I want to sincerely thank you for coming to the event today. Please note that the simultaneous interpretation services will be available throughout the event, with channel 2 for English. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to attend a UN Women event previously, please allow me to provide a brief introduction of UN Women. As a dedicated United Nations organization, we are deeply committed to advancing gender equality and empowerment of women and girls around the world. With the leadership of the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon from the Republic of Korea, the United Nations General Assembly created UN Women back in 2010. I'd like to invite all of you to kindly listen to wonderful speeches by our goodwill ambassadors, such as Nicole Kidman, Anne Hathaway, and Emma Watson, that are readily available on YouTube. We'll be showing some of their clips during the dinner reception in the background as well. Now, without further ado, let's please begin. I'd like to first invite Dr. Jeongshim Lee, Director of the UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality in the Republic of Korea, to kindly give her welcoming remarks.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants who came to attend this first gender equality dialogue today. I would also like to extend my appreciation, particularly the Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance, Her Excellency Kyunghee Kim, who has come to show genuine support for this dialogue. And I want to thank our respected speakers from around the world who have generously spared their precious time to share their insights with us. In 2022, the UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality was established with the full support from the Korean government, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. The center aims to serve as a knowledge and partnership hub through training and research, the sharing of innovations and lessons learned, and the development of multi-stakeholder partnerships. Yesterday marked the first anniversary of the opening of the center's office, and this is why today's event is even more significant for us. Ladies and gentlemen, despite remarkable socio-economic development, gender-based employment segregation remains a major challenge, with women underrepresented in key areas like infrastructure, finance, and technology. Nonetheless, we have a unique opportunity for positive changes. Today, our distinguished speakers will present compelling stories of overcoming gender barriers and breaking the glass ceiling in their field. I believe creating a platform like this is important in terms of identifying blind spots, highlighting women's contributions, and making their voice heard. For instance, when our center organized the Korea Peacekeeping Forum for Women's Empowerment last September, many women military leaders and officers told me that this event was personally touching and meaningful because they felt appreciated and publicly recognized for for the first time in their career for who they are, particularly on an international stage. This comment very much inspired me. Our center is committed to create meaningful occasions of such kind in the future, and I invite all of you to join these collective efforts to shed a light on the challenges women experience and discuss effective ways to build partnerships and change our workplace for the better for both women and men. In closing, I want to thank again the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family for their generous support for the dialogue. And I would like to invite you to remain engaged with us until the networking reception. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Now, it's my great honor to introduce you to Her Excellency Kyunghee Kim, the Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, who is also the Secretary General of the National Economics Council, to kindly give her congratulatory remarks. Her Excellency Kim is the first woman who became the Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance, and therefore a great inspiration for breaking the glass ceiling herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyunghee Kim. If you allow me, can I speak in Korean? 안녕하세요. 네, 저는 대통령 직속 국민경제자문회의 지원단장을 맡고 있는 김경희입니다. 먼저 제1회 서울 성평등 담화 개최를 축하드립니다. 오늘 이 담화를 주최하신 이정심 유엔 여성기구 성평등센터 소장님께 진심으로 축하의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 성평등에 대한 발전적 논의를 위해 이 자리에 오신 14분의 국내외 리더분들, 그리고 바쁘신 와중에도 자리해 주신 각국 대사님들, 그리고 대한민국을 이끌고 계신 기업인분들 모두 감사드리고 환영합니다. 내외 기업인 여러분, 근본 서울 성평등 담화의 주제는 여성과 함께 성장하는 핵심 산업의 미래입니다. 오늘날 세계 10위권의 경제 규모를 자랑하는 대한민국에는 전통적인 제조업부터 4차 산업혁명에 따른 첨단 기술을 이루기까지 다양한 산업군과 경제 주체들의 노력이 있었습니다. 이번 성평등 담화에서는 제조업, 인프라, 기술, 금융 등 국가 경제에서 중요한 역할을 하는 핵심 산업에서 훌륭한 업적을 이룬 기업인들, 특히 여성 리더들에 대해서 주목하고자 합니다. 사회경제 발전과 함께 여성의 사회 참여도 확대되어 왔지만 국가 경제를 이끄는 핵심 산업에서 여성 리더의 비율은 아직까지는 낮은 것이 현실입니다. 세계경제 포럼에 따르면 2022년에는 세계적으로 인프라 산업의 여성 비율은 22%, 정보통신기술 산업은 36%, 금융서비스 산업은 42%였습니다. 그중에서 여성 임원진 비율은 이보다 낮은 각각 16%, 28%, 32%에 불과했습니다. 한국의 여성가족부 조사에 따라도 2021년 기준 상장 기업 가운데 여성 임원 비율은 건설업 2.5%, 전문, 과학, 기술 서비스업 8.5%, 그리고 금융 및 보험업이 5.3%에 불과하다고 합니다. 내외 기빈 여러분, 핵심 산업에서 여성의 참여와 리더십 증진은 여성에게는 경력 개발과 소득 증진에 기여할 뿐만 아니라 성별 임금 격차 해소에도 기여합니다. 그리고 기업 입장에서도 핵심 산업에서 유능한 여성 인력이 유입되면 이러한 인적 자원을 활용하기 위해 일, 가정 양립이 보장된 포용적인 근무 환경을 고민하게 되고, 이는 여성과 남성 모두에게 개선된 근무 여건을 조성하는 시작점이 된다고 봅니다. 또한 국가 경쟁력 차원에서도 여성 인력을 유휴 자원으로 두는 것보다는 최대한 활용하는 것이 당연히 이롭습니다. 저출산 고령화로 인해서 생산 가능 인구가 줄어든 상황에서 남성, 여성 성별을 불문하고 많은 인재가 핵심 산업에 유입되는 것이 필요합니다. 지금까지는 우리 사회에서 제조업 중심의 산업 구조와 장시간 노동 구조는 여성의 사회 진출과 고용에 쉽지 않은 장벽이 되어온 측면이 있습니다. 하지만 첨단 기술 중심의 산업 구조 전환과 그리고 근무 형태의 다양성 등은 앞으로 핵심 산업군에서도 여성의 경제활동 참여 확대와 리더십 증진 기반이 될 것으로 생각합니다. 오늘 이 담화가 유능한 여성 인재들이 핵심 산업에 유입되고 경력을 포기하지 않고 이어나가고 성과를 올리며 활약할 수 있는 더 나은 미래를 만드는 시작이 되기를 고대하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. You kindly highlighted all the important messages that we wanted to bring forth to this event. Now it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Ms. Jihee Seo, the Chairperson of Women in Innovation, WIN, to the stage to give her congratulatory address. Chairperson Seo is a person of great influence to many women executives. Her organization is doing great work to nurture the next generation of women leaders in the private sector. So please.
네, 안녕하십니까? 네. 대한민국 기업의 여성 임원들로 구성된 위민 인 이노베이션의 회장을 맡고 있는 서지희입니다. 유엔 여성기구가 주최하는 제1회 서울 여성 성평등 담화를 통해서 여성과 함께 성장하는 핵심 산업의 미래라는 주제를 가지고 여성의 역할 확대를 통한 우리 기업과 사회 발전 방안을 논의하는 뜻깊은 자리에 제가 축사를 맡게 된 것을 아주 의미 있게 또 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 세계 경제 포럼 WEF가 발표한 2023 글로벌 성격차 보고서에 의하면 대한민국은 조사 대상 국가 146개국 중에서 105위를 기록하여서 전년도에 비해서 6단계가 하락했습니다. 이 성격차 보고서는 여러분 아시는 것처럼 매년 발표하고 있는데요. 정치, 경제, 보건, 교육 이렇게 4개 분야를 구분해서 각각 조사를 하고 또 이걸 종합하게 돼 있습니다. 근데 한국은 특히 그 중에서도 경제 활동 분야와 기회 부분에서 가장 낮은 점수를 차지하고 있고 이 분야에서는 114위를 차지하고 있습니다. 여성의 사회 진출이 점점 활발해지고 있고 또 있다고는 하지만 우리가 동등한 절차를 거쳐서 기업에 입사하게 되면 여전히 급여라든가 승진이라든가 또 근속 연수 이런 부분에서 굉장히 차이가 기록으로 지표로서 나타나고 있고요. 임원의 구성 비율 역시 큰 차이를 보이고 있는 것이 현실입니다. 또 산업 분야로는 인프라, 기술, 제조, 또 금융과 같은 국가 경제에 중요한 역할을 하는 업종에 있어서 성 다양성의 격차가 사실 더 심각한 것이 또 저희 현실입니다. 우리는 이제 보통 북한이라고 하잖아요. 굉장히 변동성이 강하고 불확실성이 크고 또 복잡하고 모호한 이러한 환경에 처해 있는데 혁신적이지 못한 기업들은 사실 도태되는 것이 세상 그런 이제 상황입니다. 근데 이러한 환경에서 주목받는 요소가 다양성이라고 생각합니다. 동일한 사안을 다르게 생각하는 사고의 다양성이 조직의 혁신으로 이어지기 때문입니다. 보스턴 컨설팅의 그 보고서 2018년 보고서를 보면 다양성이 높은 조직은 또 그렇지 않은 조직에 비해서 수익성 측면에서 19% 이상의 어떤 높은 실적을 기록한 것을 보여주고 있고요. 또 맥킨지 보고서에 의하면 2020년도 보고서인데요. 성별 다양성 상위 25%의 기업이 그렇지 않은 기업에 비해서 하위 그룹에 비해서 평균 이상의 수익을 기록할 가능성이 21%가 더 높다라는 사실을 보여주고 있습니다. 여성의 참여도가 특히 낮은 핵심 산업 분야에서의 성 다양성을 높이는 것은 기업의 성과를 높이고 또 긍정적인 변화를 이끌어내어 기업의 경쟁력 그리고 나아가서 국가 경쟁력을 끌어내는 매우 중요한 유효한 방법이라고 생각을 합니다. 오늘 연사로 참여해 주시는 분들은 매우 척박한 환경에서 도전과 혁신을 통해서 여성 리더로 정말 우뚝 서신 분들입니다. 이분들이 나누어 주신 생생한 경험과 그런 지혜들이 앞으로 여성들의 역할 확대를 통한 상생과 발전에 대한 비전과 영감을 주실 것을 기대합니다. 그리고 오늘 제1회 서울 성평등 담화가 그 마중물이 되기를 기대하면서 또 이 뜻깊은 행사를 준비해 주신 우리 유엔 여성기구 성평등센터의 이정심 소장님과 또 관계자분들 노고에 깊이 감사드립니다. 또 강연과 토론을 통해서 소중한 경험과 인사이트를 공유해 주실 연사분들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이 자리에 모이신 모든 분들 지지하고 또한 격려합니다. 네, 감사합니다.
서지희 회장님 감사드립니다. Thank you, Chairperson Seo. Now, I'd like to welcome Ms. Benja Stig Fagerland, an award-winning professor, a renowned world speaker, and founder of the SHEconomy, to give the keynote presentation. Professor Fagerland received the prestigious, highly commended European Diversity Award, and she coaches companies around the world on diversity and inclusion issues. So please, Benja, please kindly come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here today. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to address you, the respected audience, with my work and with my research. Today, I stand in front of you, not merely as a professor, a former business leader, and board of chair, and the founder of SHEconomy, but I stand here as a supporter of a transformative change underpinned by extensive global research and data. I founded the concept of SHEconomy, a fusion of she and economy. It signifies the economic force driven by women in leadership and women's influence and impact on various economic activities and sectors. The fusion underscores the connection between women and the broader world of SHEconomy. It highlights the important role that women play in shaping and driving economic growth and innovation backed by global research and data. Today, I bring a resounding proclamation. The time has come from shifting the focus on fixing women to fix the system itself. Global research, including my research, offers undeniable proof that gender diversity in leadership, women in leadership, is a catalyst for innovation, better business outcomes, improved financial performances, increased innovation, broader market appeal, and access to a wider talent pool. My message here today is extremely clear. Women in leadership is not a women's issue, it's a business issue. It's an unshakable truth that diversity in leadership isn't just a checkbox, it's a turbocharge for the bottom line. International research and study consistently confirm that gender diversity drives business success. So let's check into this compelling data behind this argument. SHEconomy is not merely a small niche market. SHEconomy is a financial juggernaut representing a staggering $20 trillion global market. To provide some perspective for this equals the combined GDPs of China and India together. This is not a behavioral issue, it's an economic powerhouse that demands unwavering attention. International studies consistently show that gender-diverse companies with a focus on women in leadership outperform their peers. It shows actually that companies with gender-diverse leadership achieve a remarkable 53% higher return on equity compared to them with the less diverse counterparties. McKinsey research underscores that companies with diverse executive boards are 21% more likely to achieve above average in profitability and better business. The Pearson Institutes show that firms with at least 30% female leadership, which we call the critical mass when we're doing research on this, enjoy a profit margin 6% higher than those without women in the top roles. Moreover, 77% consumers are more inclined to buy from companies with diverse leadership. This isn't just a nice statistic, it signifies a paradigm of innovation and business. The data is clear and reinforces that gender diversity in leadership isn't about equity, it's a fundamental tie to change business performance. Women in leadership isn't just about equity, it's about driving business and strengthen the business line. Global studies, including my own and SHEconomy's studies, provide undeniable evidence. More women in leadership means even better business results. Embracing gender diversity in leadership positions leads to improved financial performances, increased innovation, broader market appeal, access to a wider talent pool, and fortified reputation. Industry traditionally dominated by men, such as tech and finance, and some of SHEconomy's global partners like Google and Microsoft and Accenture, are all in the forefront of mobilizing more women in leadership. They do this because they want to accelerate innovation, overcome complex challenges, adapt to changing markets, and elevate employee satisfaction. So let's delve deeper into this subject and gaining valuable insight from global corporate companies and leaders that I have the privilege to work close with and I'm still working with. Google leads the way in promoting women in leadership. They proactively recruit women, and they even have women CEOs, both in Norway and in Denmark. They have diversity and inclusiveness programs. They have robust diversity and inclusiveness initiatives designed to mobilize and create a culture that neutralizes biases. And these programs aim to ensure equal opportunities for all employees and especially women. Family-friendly policies. Google offers family-friendly policies. That means flexible work arrangements and also childcare facilitations. These policies empower women to balance their personal and professional lives equally. Recruitment and mentorship. Google actively recruits women and invites and also provide sponsorship and mentorship programs to advance women in their careers. These programs offer both support and strength for women to develop their opportunities within leadership. Employee resource groups. Google employee resource groups called ERGs create a sense of network and community and empowerment, especially among women and in women in leadership. These groups provide networking opportunities, support, and a platform for addressing common challenges and common issues. Gender pay equity. Google regularly reviews pay to ensure that there are no gender gaps within the payments. Addressing wage disparities is a critical step in promoting women within leadership. And leadership training. Google offers leadership training programs designed especially to promote even more women within leadership. So Google stands as an unwavering global goal partner engaged in a very close connection also with the SHEconomy community to spearhead groundbreaking research, data and statistics and exclusive summits. These synergies initiative is dedicated to nurturing a dynamic community and force a resilient network for women within their leadership roles catalyzing profound transformation on a global magnitude. These initiatives, combined with Google's commitment to really mobilize women within leaderships, contribute to the promotion of women in leadership, not only within the organization, but also outside the organization. Microsoft is also deeply committed to increase women in leadership, employing diverse hiring practices, leadership programs, sponsorship, and also educational training. Accenture Getting to Equal project is a shining testament to their dedication to women in leadership. Their goal is achieving a gender-balanced workforce within 2025. Through pay audits, they secure a fair compensation. Their inclusive leadership programs empower women career growth and smooth reintegration for women. When I was working as a former leader at Oracle, we were also extremely dedicated to boost women within leadership. We invested in mentorship, work-life balances, pair fairness evaluations, proactive recruitments, community engagement, and even innovated a childcare solution for our employees. These examples highlight the transformation power of fostering gender-inclusive cultures, even in male-dominated industries. Research constantly reinforces that diverse teams are associated with a significant 19% boost in revenue attributed to innovation. Harvard Business Review found that diverse teams make better decisions 87% of times, underlying the vital role of gender diversity in driving innovation. Think of Apple. Their diverse workforce wasn't just a check mark, it's the real innovation fuel to the whole company. The iPhone globally success is thanks to diverse teams who deeply understand the diverse users worldwide. They innovate, they take risks, create universally appealing products. So diversity isn't just a sweet trend. It's a secret source for innovation and success. Google, Microsoft, Accenture, and Oracle, we all prove that that's the recipe. And consumer dominance, for those seeking effectively access to their target market, it's essential to acknowledge of compelling facts that women influence 85% of all purchasing decisions. And women are also exerting more and more influence over brand decisions, even over products that traditionally have been very man-dominated, such as cars and tech and finance. So, in order to connect with your audience, business must value female leadership perspectives. These global findings underscore the fact that a diverse and inclusive workforce isn't just the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. So let's dismantle one of several groundless narratives that hinder gender equality. Global research debunked the myth of women's incompetence in demanding industries. International research and data refutes the notion that women are less competent in demanding industries. The World Economic Forum's data highlights how gender diversity is a hallmark of high productivity industries in countries like Norway and Denmark. The belief that women are unfitted for demanding roles is therefore unfounded, but women's underrepresentation is critical and is rooted in gender norms and in job segregation. So research has showed that job segregations, wage differences, work-life balances, and so on is biases that we have to really challenge. So why fix the system? The choice of fixing the system is very important. Here are some of the key reasons for why it's important. Addressing barriers. It shows that we have to challenge the barriers that women experience within female leadership. We also have to tackle these systemic issues and address the responsibility of the biases. The economic advantages. Multiple studies, including my own, shows that diverse teams, more women in leadership, means real business. Wider talent pool and remaining the talent pool is very important in the organization. And also inclusive leadership benefits, that breaking down barriers for women and giving it a fair workplace. Also, culture and societal impact is important. It creates an environment where women find role models, can be inspired to role models, and start fixing the system. In conclusion, this means that we have to fix the system and not the women. So, very fast, I have 1 minute left. Strategies for fixing the system, not the women. We have to challenge the barriers, and it all is grounded in global insights and data and research. We have to focus on equal pay practices. The World Economic Forum shows that it will take around 257 years to close the gender pay gap, and we don't have time for that. Companies like Apple have conducted transparent pay equality audits and demonstrate that addressing wage disappearance and change financial performances. Flexible work policies. Researchers show that 48% of working parents struggle to have the balance in their professional and family life, but companies like Oracle and Microsoft are all working actively with that. And again, leadership development and mentorship programs are extremely important. I work with a program in Norway that has been copied for 7 countries, where we were working to strengthen women within leadership. And last one, including game-changing strategies, including hiring. IBM's re-entry internships are game changers, where they have experienced women who have been on a break for their leadership roles and return to their leadership. So these aren't just good intentions, they are all proven success drivers. So armed with global research and data, we as business leaders, academy people, and policymakers bear the responsibility of challenging and changing the system. Together, let us propel the world into an area of progress, innovation, and prosperity for all. In the words of former President Obama, I implore you to remember this. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. So let us together be the change that we seek. Let's remember that women in leadership is not a women's issue, it's a business issue. So dear friends, let's start to challenge and fix the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benja, for this inspiring presentation and remarks. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 300 people gathered in this room. This is great. Thank you so much for coming. Now, we would like to cherish the moment and the occasion. Therefore, we'll take a group photo. It is impossible to ask all of you to come to the stage, so we'll take a group photo with our partner, with our distinguished guests in the partner section. Kindly to come forward, and then we'll take the entire audience from the front so that we don't have to move around too much. Now, may I please invite our distinguished guests sitting in the partner sections to please kindly come forward and then take the photo with us. While we are setting up the scene for the session 1, we'll just play a short video clip.
The robust glass ceiling remains prevalent in some business sectors, which have been traditionally considered as men's jobs. Women did not have chances to envision their future careers in these underrepresented sectors. This November, in the Republic of Korea, UN Women features women leaders who shattered the glass ceiling in the underrepresented sectors. Let's create a better future for infrastructure, technology, and finance, where more women join, stay, and thrive.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the first session. Now, it's my great privilege and honor to introduce Ms. Sujin An from Samsung Electronics. As a celebrated figure in the tech industry, Ms. An is the Vice President at Samsung Electronics for the Memory Business Division. She has been the leading force behind Samsung's development of pioneering technologies and therefore has been key to Samsung's phenomenal successes. So please welcome Vice President An to the floor. Like myself, she has injured her leg, and that's why she is sitting while presenting.
Yeah, thank you. 안녕하십니까? 오늘 저는 여러분과 여성과 테크 산업 그 도전과 성장의 여정에 대해서 이야기를 나눌 안수진입니다. 정말 반갑습니다. 이렇게 산업에서 일만 하던 제가 뜻깊은 자리에 함께하게 되어 정말 기쁘고요. 이야기에 앞서 제가 속해 있는 반도체 산업에 대한 영상 잠깐 보고 시작하겠습니다. 잘 보셨나요? 저는 방금 영상에서 보신 삼성전자 메모리 사업부에서 플래시 메모리 개발 팀장을 맡고 있습니다. 제가 하는 일을 잠깐 소개해 드릴까 합니다. 아까 평택 사업장이라는 말씀 보셨을 텐데요. 축구장 2-3개 정도 크기가 되는 공장에서 이 머리카락보다 몇 배는 얇은 그런 철근과 벽돌을 가지고 손톱만한 크기의 평수에 수백 층이 되는 건물을 짓는 일을 하는 것이 제가 하는 일입니다. 보통 우리가 반도체 칩이라고 부릅니다. 지금 여러분들 스마트폰 다 가지고 계실 거예요. 그 안에도 한 10개 이상의 반도체 칩이 들어 있습니다. 반도체와 같은 테크 산업의 매력은 무엇일까요? 저는 그 한계 없는 파급력이라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 전기, 인터넷, 그리고 스마트폰. 이런 것들이 없는 지금 우리의 현실 상상할 수 있을까요? 제가 진로를 고민하던 시기는 과학기술을 매우 장려하던 때였습니다. 과학기술 특화 대학들도 생겼고요. 그리고 글로벌 기술 강국을 위해서 많은 노력들이 이루어지던 때였습니다. 저도 수학과 과학을 좋아했고 또 문제가 생기면 달려들어 푸는 것을 좋아했기 때문에 공학으로 진로를 결정했었습니다. 그 당시에는 공학 진로에 대해서 확실한 롤모델이 있지도 않았고 공학을 전공한 후에 커다란 보상이 있을 거라는 그런 기대도 크지 않았습니다. 하지만 그때 저는 기술이 세상을 바꾸어 놓을 수 있는 그 놀라운 힘에 이끌렸던 것 같습니다. 여기 계신 여러분들처럼 저도 저의 커리어 성장과 함께 이 사회에 기여하고 싶은 그런 바람이 있었습니다. 봉사 활동을 할 수도 있고요. 그리고 정책을 만드는 일을 할 수도 있을 것입니다. 하지만 테크 산업이야말로 가장 강력한 수단 중 하나가 아닐까 합니다. 그때의 선택으로 저는 그 뜨거웠던 발전의 현장에 함께했고 또 여기 이 자리에서 여러분들을 만나게 된 것 같습니다. 인터넷이 우리 일상에 가까이 들어왔던 90년대 말 저는 전자공학 박사를 받고 삼성전자에서 엔지니어로서 첫 커리어를 시작했습니다. 당시 D램 메모리를 개발하는 팀이었는데 한 30명 정도 되는 팀원 중 저도 한 명이었고요. 현재 저는 플래시 메모리 개발 팀장을 맡고 있습니다. 저와 같이 일하는 팀원은 한 500명 가까이 됩니다. 지난 24년간 어떻게 제가 중간에 그만두지 않고 반도체 기술 전문가로 그리고 또 이렇게 비즈니스 리더로 도전하고 성장할 수 있었을까요? 저를 가까이 지켜본 남편에게 한번 물어보았습니다. 참 열심히 했던 것 같아. 일이 좋았나 보네. 그리고 또 한마디를 해주더라고요. 운이 참 좋았던 것 같아. 항상 좋은 멘토들이 옆에 있었던 것 같거든. 너는 정말 반도체 산업의 딱이야 라던가 저도 모르는 저의 천재성을 말해주길 살짝 기대를 했었습니다만 그런 얘기는 하지 않았습니다. 하지만 남편의 이야기를 듣고 저도 고개가 끄덕여지더라고요. 저 스스로 같은 질문을 해보고 제가 평소 후배들과 많이 나누는 그 3가지 이야기를 여기 오신 분들과 같이 나누어 보고 싶습니다. 여러분, 도전이 언제 가장 어려우신가요? 자라오면서 저는 사회적인 기대를 그래도 잘 만족하면서 성장해 왔던 것 같습니다. 맡겨진 일에 대해서는 완벽하게 해내고 싶은 욕심도 많았고 그에 따르는 노력도 많이 했습니다. 제가 입사 초기에 해외 학술대회를 나갈 기회를 얻게 되었습니다. 당시 아버지가 좀 아프셔서 무슨 일이 생기면 어떡할까 하는 불안한 마음이 있었고요. 또 신입인 제가 신청을 한다고 뽑히기나 할까? 이런 마음도 있었습니다. 그리고 아이가 아직 어리기 때문에 시간을 내기 어려운데 완벽하게 끝까지 해낼 수 있을까? 이런저런 걱정과 두려움으로 결정을 주저하고 있었어요. 근데 그때 제가 만났던 상사분이 한마디를 해주시더군요. 뭘 그렇게 걱정하나? 정말 하고 싶어? 한번 해봐. 사실 그분의 말씀은 저의 걱정을 해결해주는 이야기는 아니었습니다. 하지만 그 순간 저는 결과에 대한 두려움이 사라지는 것을 느꼈습니다. 그때 저는 그 도전을 했고 아무 일 없이 학회에 잘 다녀왔습니다. 그리고 이후에 많은 도전을 할 수 있었습니다. 불확실한 미래에 대해서 우리는 걱정을 하게 됩니다. 그리고 거절당할까 두려운 마음도 있고요. 어제까지 잘해왔던 나의 모습에 흠이 날까 봐 도전을 두려워하기도 합니다. 도전하지 않으면 상처는 없을 것입니다. 하지만 더 이상의 성장은 기대하기 어렵습니다. 제가 했던 많은 도전들도 결과가 만족스럽지 않은 경우가 많았습니다. 돌이켜보면 그 또한 저를 성장시킨 하나의 과정이 아니었나 생각합니다. 여러분, 두려워하지 말고 원하신다면 과감하게 도전하십시오. 두 번째 이야기를 해보겠습니다. 다른 사람과 비교하지 말고 자신의 강점에 집중하십시오. 반도체 산업은 수만 명의 전문가들이 모여서 일하는 종합예술과도 같습니다. 매일 아침 출근을 하면 세상에 없던 새로운 문제들이 저를 기다리고 있더라고요. 우리는 팀으로 다 같이 다양한 아이디어를 내면서 해결해왔고 그러면서 발전해왔습니다. 하지만 어제의 해법이 내일은 통하지 않는 아주 빠른 기술의 변화가 있습니다. 하루라도 학습하지 않으면 뒤처질지 모른다는 압박감도 매우 컸습니다. 저는 같은 팀에서 뛰어난 선배, 후배, 동료들을 만나면서 협업하고 성과를 만들어 왔습니다. 성장에는 협업 매우 중요합니다. 하지만 경쟁 또한 아주 중요한 것입니다. 그때 제가 만약 다른 사람들과 저를 비교하고 그들을 따라하기 위해서만 애썼다면 저는 아마 이렇게 오래 다니지 못하고 지쳐버렸을 수도 있을 것 같습니다. 전문적인 전공도 달랐고 경험했던 현장 경험도 달랐습니다. 사고방식, 일하는 방법, 그리고 가정과 사회에서의 역할, 이런 것도 우리는 참 많이 다릅니다. 저는 전자공학 전문성을 최대한 활용했고 또 실험보다는 이론으로 문제를 풀어내고 그리고 한 가지를 갈고 닦기보다 여러 가지 새로운 기술들을 가져와서 융합하는 제가 잘할 수 있는 부분에서 조직의 성과에 기여를 해왔습니다. 덕분에 저는 반도체에서 하는 메모리는 모든 제품을 다 경험을 하게 됐고요. 또 다양한 학술대회 활동을 활발하게 하는 등 차별화된 경력도 가지게 된 것 같습니다. 앞으로 다가올 미래는 과거보다 더 많은 다양성을 요구할 것입니다. 여러분 자신에게 집중하시고 자신의 강점을 찾아서 반짝반짝 빛나게 하시길 바랍니다. 마지막으로 적극적으로 멘토를 찾으라고 권해드리고 싶습니다. 제가 현장 경험이 없던 엔지니어 초기, 그리고 새로운 기술 개발 책임을 맡았을 때, 그리고 조직의 관리자로 역할이 바뀌었을 때, 저 또한 방향을 잃기도 했고, 또 저 자신의 능력을 의심했었습니다. 그때마다 저는 주변의 선배들을 찾아가서 도움을 요청했었습니다. 사무실에서 항상 딱딱하고 무섭게만 여겨지던 선배들도 막상 방문을 노크를 하면 흔쾌히 시간을 내주었습니다. 어떤 때는 제 마음이 아플 정도로 냉엄한 현실을 직시하게 해주시기도 하고요. 자신감이 없는 제게 용기를 주시기도 했습니다. 본인의 경험을 나누어 주신 적도 있고 어떤 때는 그냥 제 이야기를 들어만 주신 적도 있습니다. 이렇게 좋은 멘토들을 만나는 행운이 저에게만 주어진 걸까요? 어쩌면 적극적으로 도움을 요청했던 저의 태도가 이런 행운을 이끌지 않았나 생각합니다. 우리는 종종 나와 닮은 사람 또는 나와 비슷한 환경에서 성공한 롤모델을 멘토라고 여기고 찾아 헤매기도 합니다. 공통점이 없어도 괜찮더라고요. 가까이 있는 분들에게 먼저 다가가서 여러분의 고민을 이야기한다면 그런 분들이 전부 여러분들의 멘토가 될 수 있을 것입니다. 20여 년이 지난 지금 저는 제가 받았던 멘토링을 후배들에게 되돌려주고 있습니다. 테크 산업에서 새로운 본인의 성장 커리어를 만들어가고 싶은 여러분, 당당하게 도전하십시오. 그리고 본인의 강점에 집중하시고 적극적으로 멘토를 찾아 지지를 받으셨으면 좋겠습니다. 이제부터 제가 속한 반도체 산업에서 여성의 참여가 어떻게 변하고 있는지 한번 보겠습니다. 삼성 지속가능 경영 사무국에서 만든 자료입니다. 1999년은 제가 그 커리어를 시작하던 시기였는데요. 통계 자료가 많지는 않습니다. 여기 보시는 파란색으로 그려진 그래프가 우리 R&D 여성 엔지니어 비율이고요. 그 다음에 녹색으로 된 부분은 중간 관리자 그 인력의 비율입니다. 보시면 1999년도에는 거의 엔지니어는 10%도 되지 않았고 관리자급은 거의 전무했습니다. 2023년 현재 어떤가요? R&D 엔지니어의 비율은 20%를 넘어섰고 중간 관리자도 17% 이상, 임원급은 7, 8%에 육박하는 등 크게 성장했습니다. 여기 하얀색 그래프 보이시나요? 최근 이공학 전공 졸업 예정인 분들 중에서 여학생 비율을 그려본 것입니다. 30%를 거의 육박하고 있네요. 이분들이 삼성전자에서 저와 같이 일을 하신다면 2050년 이전에 우리는 생물학적 성비에 근접하는 수준도 기대해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 20여 년 전 제가 여성이 테크 산업에서 과연 가치를 만들고 성장할 수 있을까? 이런 질문을 받았던 적이 있습니다. 앞서간 선배님들 그리고 현장에서 이렇게 활약 중인 우리가 이미 그 질문에 답을 한 것 같습니다. 인공지능, 로봇, 자율주행. 과거의 상상은 이미 테크 산업에서는 현실에 가까이 다가왔습니다. 급속도로 단순 노동은 자동화될 것이고요. 남녀 불문 다양한 개인의 참여가 테크 산업과 국가의 경쟁력을 결정하는 창의성의 시대입니다. 사회는 고령화돼 있고 인구 절벽으로 노동 인구도 이미 감소하는 것은 현실입니다. 사회의 지속적인 성장과 발전을 위해서 우리 여성들이 이 산업에 참여하는 것은 선택이 아니라 시대의 요구가 아닐까 합니다. 미래의 테크 산업은 여러분들을 위한 문이 크게 열려 있습니다. 여러분들이 가지고 계신 다양한 보석들을 다 꺼내 놓으시고 여러분들이 도움을 받을 수 있는 멘토들에게 지지를 받으면서 당당하게 미래에서 이끌어 나가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Vice President An. 존재만으로도 든든하고 힘이 되시는 우리 부사장님 감사드립니다.
네.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure and honor to invite Ms. Sandra Benson, the Vice President of Industry Strategy at Procore Technologies, based in the United States, which is a premier provider of construction management software. Sandra, it is such an honor to have such a global leader like you in the construction industry. You have really, truly broken the glass ceiling in the construction sector. It is my pleasure to have you here. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sandra.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the very nice welcome. As you heard, my name is Sandra Benson. My current position, I have a couple. I work as the Vice President at Procore, and Procore is one of the leading construction software companies. And you're thinking, what does that have to do with infrastructure? Well, I have a couple other things that I do. I serve on the National Institute of Building Sciences Board of Directors. That is something where we apply science to construction, specifically infrastructure construction. We do a report to the President of the United States every year. And I serve on another board, actually two more, and do some guest professoring. So, in my spare time, but I'm really honored to be here. So I've been in this industry, and I always struggle with saying this, but I've been in this industry for over 30 years. So it's always, I never know whether I should say 3 decades or 30 years, but it's pretty much the same. So I don't know, when we went through the slides earlier, and with all the different industries, you saw the percentage, right, of senior management. I don't know if you noticed, but the very lowest one was in infrastructure. It was 2.5%. You know, and that just makes me really, really sad. Hopefully it makes you sad as well. Arguably, infrastructure construction is one of the largest industries in the world, depending on which way you look at that. So to that end, I've actually been asked just to share my own personal story on how I shattered, I don't even think of cracking it, I shattered the glass ceiling. And also want to give you a little bit of idea of why infrastructure construction is such a great opportunity for women. Okay, so I'll start here. Most common question I get is, how did you end up in the construction industry? You know, and I would love to be able to tell you that I was a little girl who was always building things and playing with Legos and those kind of things. And not one of those things is true. I was the most girly girl Barbie doll person you would know. But I had two brothers and myself. And my father, remember this was 30 plus years ago, told both my brothers that they should go and get an engineering degree and that I should go and get liberal arts, maybe marketing, something like that. One of the reasons I've been successful in this industry is I don't always do what someone suggests. So I didn't really appreciate that. So I decided I was going to get the engineering degree. And ironically, neither of my brothers did. So at any rate, I just thought that you might want to know that. So if you're working with, you know, your daughters, your sisters, just because they're a girly girl doesn't mean they can't succeed in this industry. So I've had a lot of amazing experiences, and I think you heard a couple that I have now. I actually started at an engineering firm. I was the only woman at the firm that wasn't a secretary, which I think is now called administrative assistant. And over time, I moved into construction technology and even construction finance. So that's actually one of the things I love about this summit is we're talking about engineering, we're talking about infrastructure, construction, finance, technology. There's a place for all of that if you come and join this area, okay? So the first time I made what I'll call a crack in the glass ceiling was when I was promoted to the Global Industry Director at Oracle. Global Industry Director of Engineering Construction at Oracle. So I felt like I cracked that. It wasn't too bad. I've had a couple different executive roles since then. I served as CIO for a $10 billion infrastructure contractor, oil and gas, the first one they had. So that was interesting. And this next one is my longest title in my whole career. And I served as worldwide head of engineering, construction, and real estate at Amazon Web Services. So probably gives you a little bit of an idea of the different areas that I played. So had I not done some of those choices, I would still be working in an engineering company, just doing consulting engineering. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. But just to know, you can use lots of skills, right, to move on from there. So the other thing that I get asked a lot is, well, if it's 2.5% now, and percentage of women in the industry globally is 10 to 15%, here in this country, you're at 10.4. So, you know, all of that is somewhat disappointing when you think about 50% of the population, give or take, is women, right? So I think we have a lot of opportunity there. But I do get asked, well, when you started way back when, what was it? And the sad part here is we didn't track it. There was no one who tracked how many women were in construction. There was no one who tracked how many senior management they were. But I can pretty much say my best guess would have been maybe 4%, and I didn't know maybe 2 women, at least in the U.S., that had any kind of a senior management role. So, so that's just a little bit, a little bit for you to know. So we've talked about a huge gender imbalance, right? And that's certainly, we say huge, that's even an understatement. So the things I really wanted to talk to you guys about is I'll give you some of my experiences. And a lot of times I think people think that this industry is dirty and it's, why would I want to do that? I don't see any women, in this kind of a world. And some of that is quite true. There's also a lot of harassment you hear about. The equipment, personal equipment doesn't fit, it's not made for women. I could go on, but I'm sure most of you have an idea of what that is. And I've had a lot of that too, harassment, all of those kinds of things. I've also experienced something that's really kind of sad, and that is I have been criticized quite a few times or commented on about the way I dress or the way I look. And I will say this, that I promise you I can wear safety equipment and hard steel-toed shoes with the best of them. However, when I'm in the office, I don't believe I need to do that. I can do whatever I want to do. And when we talk about that, I think women sometimes think they need to fit in. But let's think about a nursing job. Frequently, nursing jobs are mostly held by women. But there are male nurses. Do you think that they need to start dressing like the females? I don't think so. So there should be no real issue here. So at any rate, so just think about a few of those kinds of things. The other things happen a lot with me is I've been the only one in the room, the only woman in the room. And I have an interesting perspective on that. You can take that as one of two things. You can say, well, I'm the only woman, so I'm going to be really quiet and just sit here. Or you can pull out your inner Wonder Woman or inner superpower woman and say, I'm the only one here. I'm going to make an impact. And as you heard about why I chose this career, that's how that worked, right? So for me, some of those kind of things, you have to look at, well, some issues and events, no matter what industry you're in, some of them they're worth fighting for. And some of them are like, is it really worth that? And sometimes it is. So I will give you 2 examples. As I mentioned, I first started off in an engineering firm, the only female in the company, and our company did a lot of work for Delta Airlines in what was called airport fueling, i.e. infrastructure. And their biggest client was Delta. And so our CEO was very, very involved in that. And every week he'd go to a meeting. Every week he'd take one of the males. Every single time. This went on for months and months. One day, I don't know, maybe they weren't available, they were sick, who knows, but he was stuck with me. And so, he drugged me out there. And honestly, that's when I really got into enjoying the concept of, meeting with clients and getting out of the office and that kind of thing. And over time, he started bringing me to more and more. And also, ironically, I started going to meetings, internal meetings, that I didn't even know were happening. And so I got invitations there. So we talk a lot in this industry about mentorship and sponsorship. But as we were coming back from Delta, you got to remember, this guy was probably 60, and this was in the 90s, so it was a while ago. So he sat down and he looked at me and he goes, you're the smartest woman I've ever met. Now, there's 2 ways you could take that. right? You could like let your head grow on fire and go, what do you know, how dare you say that, you know? But I also had to consider the situation. Was he trying to insult me? And he really wasn't. In his perspective, I think he really thought that was a compliment. I don't know what I would do if that happened today, but at that point, that was where it was. So ironically, it was that gentleman who inspired me to believe I could take a chance and do anything that I wanted to. And so he never knew that he was my sponsor. There was no official sponsor thing. He was just that person. And I really thank him for that. But then there are sometimes you really do need to fight. So when I mentioned I was a CIO for this $10 billion oil and gas contractor, as you can imagine, where a lot of oil and gas refineries are not really in the nicest places in the world, right? And so they initially came out with this list, and the list was where men could go, what countries they could go to, and then there were some where, you know, women could not. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. So I wasn't as nice in the second situation. And they said, well, you know, you can send one of your staff to get the requirements. And I'm like, no. And so this took a little while, but eventually I got them to understand that I'm an executive. I need to be where I need to be regardless, right? So at any rate, so that's what I did. And that point ended, I went to 34 countries, I believe, in that point. So anyway, worked out pretty well for me. And even going to like a Chinese nuclear facility, which is, you know, pretty crazy, huh? So let's talk about now, that's just a few examples of my own. But as we know, there's a gender imbalance here, right? So, but what do we think why is that? And I believe we have a perception problem in construction. We have not many people think of it as a glamorous thing, right? It isn't, right? It's, you know, it's dirty, it's dusty, it's those kinds of things. But it's also a very noble industry, and I don't know that many people think of that. In today's world, if you ask someone what a noble industry is, they're going to say something like a doctor or something along those lines. But if you didn't have infrastructure, which would be the hospital, the roads, the airports, any of those things, where would it be? So a couple of pieces of information for you. Women, we know, were in construction in 1664. And we know the first roads and bridges were built in 1708. We also know that this was not only a noble profession in those days, it was considered a very noble, to the point that there were many people knighted, sirs, of all that kind of thing. Not really sure what happened, but I don't know about you, but I never hear them go, wow, what a noble industry you're in, right? So anyway, so yes, there's still job sites, you know, still dirty things. But as we talk about technology, think about this. Now, with autonomous vehicles, someone can sit in the construction trailer and operate 4 pieces of machinery at the exact same time, right? So maybe it's more of a dusty industry in certain ways. Technology is huge. And if I had the time, I would go into a lot of it, but AI, ML, drones, robotics, 3D printing, all of these things allow you to have a career in this industry and not necessarily do what you think you have to do, which is I don't know, hammering or something along those lines that people seem to think. So I also want to make sure you understand the infrastructure is not roads and bridges. Right? It's data centers, it's airports, wastewater treatment plants, it's all of those things. So I don't know about you, but most of you guys probably want to feel like you're giving back to society, right? So I'll give you just a really quick one. During COVID, at least in the United States, our ports had not been updated in literally 100 years. So even though there were supply chain issues, those ships could not get in because we were still dealing with old ports. Now, you guys are way more adept at that, right? But there's another piece, and I'm sure you all know about climate crisis, right? It's on and on, whether it's man-made or natural. And I don't know if you know this, surprised me, the built environment is responsible for 39% of greenhouse gases. So if that's an issue for you, this is the place you want to be. Last piece I'll go into is where women, 2 points earlier, can see things from a different way. How many of you guys are thinking about getting an electric vehicle or have one? Nobody? Okay. Okay, thank you. So all the roads and bridges generally that are being built now were built for gas-powered vehicles. I don't know if you think about this, but a battery in an electric vehicle weighs a ton. And that's not exactly an exaggeration in some of them. But what that means is those roads are going to erode even faster. So there was a woman who actually challenged that and brought that up. It would have never happened otherwise. Okay, so maybe that gives you a little bit of an idea of sort of what we can do and where we can go. So I wish I had more time. I hope to meet you guys later. But at Procore, the company that I work for, we have a mission, and our mission is to improve the lives of everyone in construction. But my perspective is, if you think about saving lives, if you think about climate change, those kind of things, it's my belief that if we can do those things, we can actually improve the lives of everyone on this planet. And I hope you will join me in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. I think Sandra really brought to the core that we have a wealth of opportunities in the broad field of construction that is waiting for women talent to join. So if there are some young people who are thinking about various career paths, please do consider the construction sector. Now, it's my great pleasure and honor to invite the next speaker, Kiran Gupta, who is the CEO and Executive Director of the Power Links Transmission of India. She brings a wealth of experience from her 30 years of successful career in the power sector, and she played an instrumental role in driving transformation changes through various technological interventions in the energy section. Please join me to welcome Kiran.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Great. So really happy to be here at this platform today to share my journey, my experiences, some of my challenges that could be a learning for some of you over here. So I'm a power sector professional, and I come with around 3 decades of experience. I happen to be a gold medalist from my university. I belong to Tata Power, which is a core power sector company in India. I have done my MBA from advanced management program from IIM Ahmedabad in India. I come with a great experience wherein I really believe that innovation and excellence, they can really drive things. With my experience over these 3 decades, I have scanned various profiles in the organization, starting from engineering, contracts, operations, enforcement, if you're familiar with these names, customer services, supply chain, policy advocacy, regulations, dealing with the government, collection, recovery, dealing with the people who steal electricity, because I come from a distribution experience as well. So these were some of the challenging areas where I have been performing over last 20 years, and prior to that, I had an experience in consulting division. So all these experiences, they were really, I would say they were a great learning to me. And they were a kind of a win-win situation for both me as a power sector professional as well as my company, Tata Power. Further to this, I am also associated with Tata Quality Management Systems, which is a platform wherein Tata Power is actually venturing into. And it talks about quality, because as we all know, quality has no limits. It's boundless. I happen to be a director on the board of few of the companies under Tata Power as well, which gives enhanced exposure and learnings. Going next to it, as I shared that I have been associated with engineering, over the screen you can see some pictures. So you can see the kind of engineering excellence where I was a part of it and actually I drove it. This is a design which comes, and here you can see that it happens that it has to be right on the road. And why this was something, this was an innovation project, first innovation project, which was undertaken in my leadership. And it talked about reducing the space which the pole requires to take by around 50%. So that was something initially no one believed that can it happen, but yes, it happened. And now it is there very much in New Delhi, India. Another example of the operations and enforcement which I talked about. So you can see the number of people, the theft booking which was done, 1930 kilowatt of energy which was booked. So we have the JJ clusters and we have people who can't really afford to pay for the electricity bills. But then they resort to such things which we call stealing the electricity. So as you see on the slide over there, this is the kind of the network which is prevalent in India in many parts of the country. And this is the kind of the people who are there on the field. But being the only women, you can see there is a group of the men and the engineers. But nevertheless, it has been like that only. The entire journey has been like that. And we can see that there was no coming back on any of the step which was taken. Value-added services, which I talked about. So I'm meeting the Power Secretary in New Delhi. So when we talked of community connect and all, how women can play a difference. So this is the way, and I happen to have started the first all-women customer care center in New Delhi. It had only the women professionals who were to deal with the customers who used to walk in for their some issues or any of the requirements. These are some of the examples, breaking stereotypes in the field, remote project site visits. So as we can see, I'm alone at the field. We can see there is no other women. We can see this is the site in the remotest of the country parts, in the regions where there is no, in fact, drinking facility also for a kilometer or so. So these are the kind of project sites which I have been visiting, and I have been leading it in my present role as CEO and ED for Powerlinks Transmission Limited. So we can see over here how even Indian women, sari is a traditional dress. You can see one of my pictures over here in a sari as well. This is all what I wanted to talk about my experience. Now coming to the fact that yes, there has been an experience, and it all started, the journey started way back 30 years when there were hardly not even 2% of the women in the power sector, I can say. But definitely the numbers are increasing today. The numbers are something around 15 to 16% of the women who are there as a part of power sector. But the numbers are yet to increase. We have to do a lot to break that glass ceiling. And there are some barriers, there are some challenges. The journey has not been easy. Let me share with you very frankly. It has not been easy. There are barriers. Unknowingly, there is this unconscious bias which comes. There is this acceptance of women as a leader comes. There is this, your youngsters, the reportees, they are not able to actually listen to you, go by your guidance, right? So there is this issue which comes, but fine, the issues will come. What we have to do as women professionals especially, we have to just remain focused on our goal. There will be many of them. Umpteen numbers can be counted upon. Culturally, when I used to be there at the site, there used to be no other women. And the men colleagues, at times, they would like to kind of share some notes or some statements, which at times are not very comfortable. Yeah, it happened. It happened. And it actually, even today, it happens. But the numbers have reduced. The frequency has reduced. So one feels bad when you get to know such statements, when this kind of an atmosphere is there. But what one need to do is to just remain focused. And that has been my mantra, I can say. That has been my mantra. Stay focused, stay self-driven. Cultural acceptance, cultural issues have been there. Going next, I would say acceptance. Not only at the junior level, even at the senior level, there has been a lack of acceptance. People doubt, people have apprehension. Senior men, leaders or colleagues in the organizations, they would have 10 questions before putting a woman on a leadership role. It happened with me as well. I am sure many of you would be facing it. But again, one need to have that perseverance. One need to have that perseverance, that consistency on your performance. I think that's another area. First I talked about is self-focused, be patient. There would be environment which would be not very much encouraging. But yes, you need to be patient, and then you need to be having that perseverance. Come what may, what you decide, you have to continue. So those are the kind of barriers we face, we all face. I have also faced in my journey, as I shared with you. Now, in spite of those barriers and in spite of these challenges, I think it is still important for us to continue. Why? To have more and more women in the energy sector as well. There are better numbers in the other sectors, but in the energy sector, the numbers are low. And it will take little more time as compared to the other sectors. Right, we understand. But I think that is why such platforms are important. And also, why we want women in the businesses. As I think some of the friends they had earlier talked about is the diversity. It really adds to a different perspective. It really brings on the table something which was never thought of. What we talk of innovation. So innovation is out of the box thinking, right? So out of the box, or we say out of the system, someone who was really out of the system till now, coming in the system and sharing an idea. So that is innovation. So that's why I think that having more and more women into the work groups would actually have a different perspective, and it would actually act as a fuel to the innovation, right? Also the decision making, improved problem solving. So women have been, from ages, they have been like multitaskers. And improved and a quick decision making. I think that goes as an inherent characteristic of the women, I can say proudly. So that multitasking, which leads to the enhanced decision making, I think that's really something which is a secret, and it will add value to the businesses. It is adding value. Improved problem solving, again, when there is something which is coming out of the box. It could be very simple. At times we get worried with the bigger problems because we have been thinking of those problems in a conventional manner, right? Because it is the same set of the people who have been working in the businesses or who have been taking decisions. But at times, for a complicated problem, there are many simple solutions. So I think even the problem solving, it is easier. So I think it is a value add for the businesses, right? A better understanding of the market and a better community connect, right? So we can see some pictures like I'm involved in some of the CSR and the community connect activities. So women is, especially in the energy sector, I think the consumption of the energy, there is no less consumption of the energy by the women as compared to the men, right? So a better decision making, a better community connect, a better customer connect, a better understanding on the energy usage that can be done by the women. At least if not better, it would be at least the same. but I'm sure that going forward it will always be better. So a better community connect, which would help the companies, the organizations in the energy sector to actually come up with the better solutions to the problems and to the future growth parameters of the company. Also, women come with because it is, I can say it is the start of the women coming into the businesses. So I think the kind of sustenance which we are all looking for, so that sustenance comes with more and more women on board. Because there is one set who has been working and delivering, and there is this another set or a team who is more passionate and who is more eager to come and deliver, right? So a sustenance to the entire work group, a sustenance to the organization, this is what women, when they are becoming a part of the business, they bring to the business, to the organizations, and thus act as a direct at times, or at times as an indirect, I would say, propeller for the growth of the organization. So a sustained environment and a sustained working, this is also another perspective why women should be there more and more into the businesses. While we talk of the barriers, while we talk of why women is required for the businesses and all, so there are, how do we get forward on it? So what can we be doing more on it? So there are some platforms like V-Power. So I'm from Tata Power. I'm a steering committee member for V-Power. And these platforms, they actually help us connect, because women have now started coming up. So there is a more push to connect which is required, right? The networking has to expedite, right? The visibility has to expedite. So that is why these platforms, they really help us connect. The senior leaders connect with the upcoming leaders, the futuristic leaders. And that's how these platforms, they really help us go forward. And there are many other insights, and there are many other areas wherein we really get connected, and which really help us go further on our journey. Now, apart from this, I think one is that we as individuals, we play the role and we get going. But there are some changes, some improvements which are required even at the field, at the organization, at the government level as well. There are some policy changes or some other changes which are required. So one of those ideas, one of those areas is the mentorship and the sponsorship program. Apart from such platforms within the organization, I think way back when we started the career, there were hardly any such mentoring programs. But this really helps. Having a buddy who can just come by me and actually one can share, it really helps. So the organizations have started taking up. Tata Power also, we have mentoring as a process. But I think going forward, mentoring and sponsorship programs, they can really help connecting the women leaders. Very recently, I happened to be a part of this 1,000 Women Leaders program, which was created by Zombie. And that program actually connected 1,000 women leaders, wherein 750 were in the mid of their career, and around 250 were the senior women leaders. And there were interviews which were done, and there were mentoring which was done, live mentoring which was done, and it was really an insightful program. So many more such programs need to happen. Education and outreach, diversity and inclusion trainings. Unconscious bias is a big player, let me tell you, and something need to be done on this. And not only at the junior level, I think at each and every level, this need to be done by the companies, right? And there need to be informal programs or informal connects even with our main colleagues. We have to understand one thing as women professionals. I personally feel that our society has grown up in that manner. So at times we feel that there is something which is happening, which is really not very encouraging. But we have to give some time. So as I said, that patience, second is perseverance, and third is our own passion. So to tackle with these areas, we need to be passionate enough. We need to be self-driven. No one else is going to come for our help. So I think these are the three mantras, or this is the motto with which I think each one of us, if we get going, so we will really we can have a very successful career. And I wanted to show some more pictures here. I don't know, it's seems to be stuck. Connecting with such platforms also gives us opportunities to connect at the external leadership engagements. So I have been a part of the Powerland magazines, and there are many more interviews and all. So why I'm sharing is that these kind of platforms, how these can help. There's some lag perhaps. Yeah, I was talking about the 1,000 women leaders and all such platforms. So I think these three mantras which I shared with you, patience, we need to understand the society, we have been a part of this society, so we can't just put everything on the other side. We have also to accept it, we have to give time to it. So be patient, have that perseverance. Once we continue focused, self-focused, we will get there. So as someone said, be the change you want to see. And to be the change we want to see, I think we need to be patient, we need to have perseverance, and we need to have passion, because no one else is going to talk for us. We have to talk for ourselves. We have to find out ways for ourselves. We have to find out our mentors. We have to be proactive. So I think this PPP is something which I keep in my mind. And I'm happy that today on this platform, I'm able to share this, whatever I had learned in my journey, in my career. I'm happy to share with all of you. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiran. I think you gave us many good advices that can apply to both women and men of various industries and sectors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the final speaker of the session, Diane Lin, who is a trailblazer in the world of finance and investment. As the head of investment for the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East in the UK government, Diane currently leads a dynamic team that has successfully attracted billions of pounds of investment to the United Kingdom. Prior to her position, Diane had a distinguished career for over 20 years in asset management, and she has been recognized as one of the most successful asset managers in her previous posts. Now, Diane, let me welcome you and invite you to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. What an amazing section. We have got all these extraordinary female leaders in some of the most socially important industries, but so underparticipated by our fellow female counterparts. But today I'm going to take you through my own journey, through my life in the finance industry. It's been a very fulfilling and thrilling journey. There's one through asset management, ambitions, and pursuit of dreams. How did I start my career in finance? I'm not sure about this. It will take it back to the 1990s when I took my first steps into the heart of City of London, London's financial district. I was by joining a Japanese investment bank as my first employer. And at the time, I had a dream to become excuse me. But what really fueled my passion for finance, we have to go back to the late 80s in China. We are talking about, in those days, obtaining a small piece of fish will mean getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning and queuing for hours. So these struggles are etched in my memory and make me want to one day to study and go to Japan and help China's economic development. So my mother sent me to Japan, and I chose economics. And with the dream to return one day to China to become the governor of China's central bank. Yes, you did hear me that. And I was also very honest about this audacious goal at the interviews in London. As you would imagine, that has invited a lot of laughter and skepticism and moments of coffee spell out. But I persevered. And then I used my life experience in Asia and became Asia specialist asset manager. That journey has become a very full of exciting opportunities. And including, I was one of the first female fund managers in Australia, and I also set up one of the first Asia dedicated hedge funds back in 2008 at the height of the global financial crisis. But the first time I really felt acknowledged was when I was featured in the Money magazine by Sydney Morning Herald in Australia in 2006. I was ranked one of the first female fund managers, but most interestingly and most noteworthy was the article talking about comparing the performance and investment approach between female and male fund managers. They quoted a study done in 2001 by two professors from the University of California. And they found out, they did a research on 35,000 households doing share trades. And they found out female investors, they tend to be more risk-averse. And they also, they found out data has proved that they were less male players in the stock market. Their overconfidence led to more mistakes. And the female players, they tend to be selling their losing positions quicker and also taking profits from their winning positions quicker as well. And another research done by Merrill Lynch back in 2005 at the time, quoted by the newspaper, by the magazine, it showed that the similar results that the female investors, and this is based on a research of 1,000 investors, and they also show that female tend to less likely to make mistakes than male. So this analysis has shown that female can bring all these unique talents, expertise to asset management. And it also showed the contributions that we can bring to the industry. So this recognition was not just a professional acknowledgement, but a personal triumph for myself as a fund manager. Through a career as a fund manager, performance has always been the key feature. The Japan fund I managed between 2000 and 2008 was ranked one of the only 4 Japan dedicated funds globally by Russell Global, so one of the largest global asset consultants at the time. It was acknowledgement for the expertise and skills I have brought to deliver a 5% per annum outperformance for over 8 years. In 2008, at the height of global financial crisis, I set up a Pan-Asia equity long-short fund in Australia, and it generated a very strong positive returns, while many of our peers has delivered very substantial losses. And it was one of the first Pan-Asia equity long-short funds in Australia at the time. However, my proudest moment, I would have to say, is today, that I have this opportunity to stand here to share my experiences and to work with you how to encourage more young women to join the finance industry. When I look back over my career, and I have the many challenges I have faced, unfortunately, I have realized that it's still fundamental facing many young women today in their journey. As a woman, there's often a perception of maternal instinct that traditionally there has been associated with our role of bearing children, caring for them, and managing our family. Many young women at some point have to face a very important decision, whether to pursue our ambitions or to give up and prioritize the care of our children. My perspective is that it doesn't have to be either or choice. Historically, society and government policies didn't offer enough support for women seeking to balance their lives and their career. Childcare facilities were not available widely, and during our job interviews, potential employers always question how long would women stay in their jobs. And that led to the situation where, because of the lack of social support, many women felt compelled to leave their jobs and after having children. In such scenario, many employers frequently favored male candidates. And in Asia, there is an additional challenge related to social acceptance of women continuing to work while raising our children. During my time in Sydney, I found myself very unpopular, being one of the very few working mothers. And I ran after work every day. I ran to pick up my son from school, and I felt I wasn't really appreciated by other mothers. And sometimes when I was late, and these feelings exacerbated because the teachers had to stay behind for me. So in Asia, these additional challenge related to social acceptance we need to address. In the West, it is more increasingly acceptable to have a man staying at home and look after the children. Paternity leave is very flexible. But in Asia, it is to be a house husband, it is considered a failure. So these social issues and to help a woman to balance life and career, it is very important. And the finance industry has a great potential to undergo transformation and adapt in order to attract more women. It's imperative that the narrative around women in finance be reshaped and the advantage of diversity actively promoted. We can envision a finance sector that not only welcomes women, but also champions flexible working arrangements, enabling a harmonious balance between professional and family life. Despite wide recognition of the need to encourage more female fund managers in the industry, the result is very disappointing. According to Morningstar, which is a fund manager, a fund search consultant, as of 2020, there is only 14% of 25,000 fund managers were women. And this is unchanged since 2000. So there's a lot more that needs to be done. I believe in the East and in the West, we all need to recognize the contribution and value women can bring to the workforce, demonstrates the benefit in the workforce and change society's view of working mothers. the initial step in Asia involves the acceptance of the wealth and expertise that women can contribute not only to society, but to the economy. And marking this essential, I liken this to an equation, 1 + 1 = 3. Yes, this is from a fund manager who's proud to be very good at mathematics. And this because the success of women and their capabilities, it shouldn't be seen as a threat, but it's an asset. Because of our women thrive and the value we bring to companies, it can create a lot more opportunities for everybody. Finally, I would just leave you with a few words, some of the points I hope I can give you reassurance. Confidence has always been my guiding light throughout my journey. Despite encouraging numerous challenges and barriers, I never considered giving up. I refused to be deterred in a male-dominated industry. My competitive nature drove me to prove that I could excel just as well as my male counterparts. Achieving these required me to put in extra effort and make significant sacrifices, including the time with my son. For many young women today, I'm grateful to see the society has evolved, allowing them to pursue their ambition and dreams. My advice is to not to believe what people say, but believe in yourself. And instead, and taking into account your own desires and interests. It doesn't have to be the world's best fund manager or a full-time mother. The choice is yours. And it is important to choose the path that resonates more with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diane, for your heartfelt remarks. Diane told me in private that she had to leave her child behind after only 1 month of giving birth. And this is why we are very much connected with her heartfelt remarks. Thank you very much, Diane. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a few minutes of a panel discussion. And now it's my great pleasure and honor to invite my good colleague, Janelle Weisman, who is the head of external relations at the UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific based in Bangkok, Thailand. For the past 25 years, Janelle worked to strengthen social justice organizations and nurtured countless partnerships and innovative campaigns, both inside and outside the United Nations. And it's my great pleasure to have Janelle today as the moderator of this distinguished panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's please invite our speakers from the session 1 and then have a moderate discussion for a few minutes before we go to the coffee break. A little bit over time, but everybody is still remaining in the room, so we can still have a panel discussion, and you will kindly excuse us for being a little bit late for the coffee break. But if you are dying for coffee, please do go out to the foyer and bring your coffee back to the room. You are free to do so, please. As we are waiting, let's give a actually warm round of applause to our simultaneous interpretation service providers. It's an extremely difficult job, everyone, to interpret. So thank you very much, interpreters. So Janelle, the floor is yours. And Sandra, Kiran, Diane, and
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks so much for sticking with us. We have 15 minutes for our panel, and I just wanted to start by sharing an old adage: you cannot be what you cannot see. The good news is that here I am alongside extraordinary women leaders that are visible, that are sharing their stories, and hopefully are an inspiration to many generations of girls, young women, women of all ages, to showcase exactly how you can change the world through technology, through the power sector, through infrastructure and construction and finance. There's no question these are all noble professions, and it's an absolute privilege to be alongside you today. I wanted to just start by saying, well, we're very aware you come from diverse industries. What sadly strings us all together is the low representation of women in them. And so, having had an opportunity to listen to one another, are there particular things that came out for you that give you hope about how we can inspire and encourage and nurture more women to engage? Is there anybody who'd like to kick off? Sandra, please.
Well, it was interesting to me. I always love these things because there's so much commonality and yet so much difference. So I enjoyed all of you speaking from different perspectives as far as your industry, but the messages I think are still very similar.
Absolutely, Sujin.
Yeah, I would like to mention that the Diane's talk, Believe in Yourself, we should have a strong belief in myself and don't try to catch up any other's view. Yeah, I would like to comment that.
Thank you. Diane, Kiran.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong common feature in all these stories. It's about the confidence. It's about, we talked about, Kiran talked about patience. I think it's take your own pace, find your own journey, and find your own desire, and just stick with it and go along with it.
Hi. So I think as everyone mentioned, so the fact remains we are underrepresented. We are less. So if we are less in numbers and we are underrepresented in the sector, so it is we only who have to take a lead. We need to decide. We need to be firm. All said by my friends, we need to believe in ourselves. We need to be confident. We need to think what we want. So I think again, this is which remains common, that we have a goal, we have some facts, we have a goal, and it is doable. So I think that's the very purpose of this platform today. And let's go ahead, let's get going, let's achieve our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Inspiring words. Be bold, be patient, persevere. Don't think about what others say about you, but be confident in yourself. And I loved Sandra's anecdote. She was specifically told to pursue a particular degree, and she went in a different direction, in spite. And it is about being really confident and taking the path that is your path, the path of your choosing to follow your dreams. Sujin, I'd like to ask you, why do you want to encourage more women to join technology? And what has been the best part about working in your field?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my earlier presentation, in high-tech industries such as semiconductors, there's no longer a debate about who's better suited, woman or man. So if you want to make a career in tech industry, just do it. And also, I'd like to comment about that the best thing about working in my field. I think that I can achieve a big vision beyond as an individual expert. And also, I can grow beyond that I was dreamed of. So when I started my career, I just want to be an expert. But now I grew up with an expert as well as a business leader like this. So yeah, that's what I want to say.
Terrific, thank you so much. Kiran, be interested in your reflections on this one. So in power sector.
So I think as I shared in my initial talks as well, so power sector, why I feel is power sector, we know we are largely entering into the renewables, right? So we are moving away from the conventional. And when we talk of renewables, especially the solar, so there is huge opportunity, right? We at Tata Power only, we have been going way ahead in solar, not only the installation. Very recently, we started our own solar cell manufacturing plant, right? So renewables become an added, I would say, an added lucrative area for women to come and join the energy or power sector. Because solar cell manufacturing is an example which I say. So we have hired 50% of the women on the shop floor for solar cell modules manufacturing. We have hired women, right? So this is a niche market. It is new. It actually is different from the conventional hardships or the production lines or the shop floors which in a conventional power sector which were required, right? So with the increasing renewables addition into the power sector, there is an added advantage, I feel, for the women. And that's why I feel there is a strong need in the market, in the sector, and there is a desire for the women to come, and it's a win-win. So I feel that it's the right time for the women to actually make use of those opportunities. Yeah.
Terrific, thank you so much. It's actually a really good segue for my next question, which is for Sandra. So we heard that construction infrastructure contribute a whopping 39% of greenhouse gases. What do you see as that industry's responsibility and opportunity to address climate change?
Well, I don't know if that was a surprise to you all, but it was certainly a surprise to me. So I'll break that down in a couple of things. 11% of that is what's called embodied carbon, which is basically once you put it in the ground, it's there. The other is 28% is building operations. The third part on that, though, is waste. I don't know if you know this, but 30% of all building materials is waste. And of that, 75% of that ends up in landfills. So this is such a huge topic. I actually think there's something going on in the United Nations right now or today about this same thing. But, you know, for me, we're seeing more and more, and that's why some of you guys' industries are so interesting. We're seeing more and more alternative things, whether that's green concrete, you know, that kind of thing. So this is one I could go on and on about, but if you at all are interested in climate change, this is one of the, it's actually the industry that's the singular one that causes the most of. So.
Thank you, thanks so much. And I also appreciate the reflection that sometimes it just takes maybe asking a question differently or asking a different person the question around electric vehicles and the impact on roads and bridges. We know that's going to have an impact. We need to be on the front foot around preparing our roads and bridges to sustain, hopefully, exponential increase in the use of electronic vehicles. We hope to see that into the future. So Diane, I'd like to turn over to you. So beyond what's on paper, beyond what we know in the law, what sort of arrangements can increase effective work-life balance for women with children without the potential of generating discontent for those that don't have family responsibilities? What are your thoughts?
This, I think, is probably more a challenge in Asia. As we all know, we traditionally, this is beyond what the government say, what the laws say, but traditionally, women are considered to stay at home and look after the children and the family. And particularly in the case of Asia, we are talking about 3-4 generations. So I think as a society, the first step is to recognize the value or the contribution of women participation. And secondly is to appreciate the value that man can bring to the family life, as I mentioned earlier. So, I mean, house husband is a totally unacceptable, almost unacceptable notion. But in fact, to have flexible hours and long-term paternity leave for male, and so that they can stay at home and look after the children, and allow them the joy to raise children, and that will help strengthen the relationships and family life as well. So this is just one of the many examples. I think the narrative we need to build, for example, through media and make it more socially acceptable.
Thank you so much. And I know we're getting towards the end of our time. I'd actually like to direct the last question to Sujin, which was the last question we'd planned on the panel today. Just think it's really apt. So what advice would you like to give to junior women who are on a similar path as you?
Like me, I think you guys have a better path than me. Yeah, I would like to say that please challenge for the dream that I want to achieve in the future, not what I can do now. Are you worried about how to survive in such a big tech company? As I mentioned in my presentation, if you work together to focus on your strengths and also recognize and collaborate with your colleagues' strength, every colleague supports you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Really inspiring words. And I just want to add, this is such an important conversation. It is not unprecedented, but quite a unique opportunity to have extraordinary leaders from these diverse industries represented here today. We are so grateful to you for the cracks and the shattering of the ceilings that you have undertaken. Hopefully that is paving new pathways for many, many women to follow suit. And later, the next session is on changing the systems as opposed to the women within them. And that will give us many more ideas and much more food for thought around how we as individuals, leaders in organizations, can do everything we can to fix the system itself. Please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists, Sujin, Sandra, Kiran, and Diane. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you so much, Chanel, for being such a great moderator. Now, we are going to have about 10 minutes for the coffee break. I know this is about the time for coffee, but we are slightly behind the schedule, so may I please ask all of you to kindly bring the coffee and the refreshments as soon as possible back to the ballroom so that we can still finish relatively on time. So once again, thank you very much, our panelists, and thank you, Janelle, and then we'll have a coffee break. 최대한 커피와 쿠키를 가지고 다시 장내로 들어와 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 저희가 시간이 조금 지체되어서 최대한 빨리 시작하려고 합니다. 다음 세션에도 아주 좋은 분들이 기다리고 계시니 끝까지 함께해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 이제 다음 세션으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 지금 밖에 계신 분들은 빨리 입장하여 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoyed your coffee break. We'll go straight to the next session. We have fantastic speakers, and then 3 male speakers, in fact. So please kindly be seated, and we'll start right away with a short video on He for She campaign. We showed you this He for She campaign video of UN Women because the next speaker, Gary Ford, is a He for She in every sense of the word. He is a revolutionary figure who has dedicated decades to the technological field within financial services. For over 35 years, Gary has worked extensively in the finance sector. He is an author of an Amazon bestseller, The Accidental Sexist, and a co-founder of Men for Inclusion, which is a company that advocates for gender equality and inclusion as a core part of his high-performing teams. And he led a men's allyship program at JPMorgan while he was working there. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Gary.
So, about 10 years ago now, I started to find myself on a fairly regular basis in a room with around 50 women, and I was often the only man. Now, the irony of being a straight white man in financial services, in technology, being the only one is not lost on me. Now, the reason I was there was because my employer, JPMorgan, had realized that technology had a real problem attracting and retaining women. And so they decided to create a gender network group just for women in technology. And I, as a managing director there, was asked to be one of the executive sponsors. So in that room, we were trying to understand, so why is it that women aren't attracted to careers in technology? And we were watching TED Talks, and we were looking at research. We were hearing from keynote speakers. And as we were having these conversations, a couple of things began to occur to me. Now, I, at this point, had worked in financial services technology for nearly 30 years, the last 20 of which had been leading teams of some description. I've listed a few of my notable accomplishments there. This is me at the grand opening of our Technology Command Center in 2015, a program that I had quite a lot of influence on. And I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I knew how to run large teams. I thought I led with empathy. I thought I treated people fairly and equally. Yet in that room, some of the things that my female colleagues started telling me about, some of the barriers and obstacles that they were facing, were things that I hadn't seen. They were invisible to me. So I realized that actually I was part of the problem. The second thing that occurred to me was the fact that if these things were invisible to me, they were likely to be invisible to all of my male colleagues. And they were hardly ever in this room having these conversations. So we decided to create a Male Allies program for women in technology. Actually, that was a woman's idea as well, but hey-ho, we'd take it. And one of the things we wanted to do, our primary objective, was to make sure that those barriers, those obstacles that the women were telling us about, were made visible to men in technology. And we basically built a set of workshops where we could have conversations about this. And one of the key things we didn't want to do was just turn up and tell them that there was a problem. It was one of the issues we had with unconscious bias training. It didn't seem to offer too many solutions. So we effectively tried to find ideas for how we can respectively disrupt, I've learned the keywords, those things from happening. So JPMorgan at the time had a very large technology division, about 50,000 people. So there was a lot of conversations to be had. But over the next 4 or 5 years, we rolled out this program into the UK, into the US, India, Argentina, Singapore. And ultimately, it got taken over for the whole business. There's now an allies program across all of JPMorgan, and it's still going strong. In February 2020, I left JPMorgan to set up my own consultancy. About 6 weeks before the UK was locked down for the pandemic, the worst time in business history to try and set up your own consultancy. So I found out a little bit of time on my hands. So I decided to write a book. It's called The Accidental Sexist. And the reason being is that I kind of knew that there were other people maybe interested in this idea of male allies. Myself and Stephen Kosh, who was one of my main allies partner at JPMorgan, had already spoken at a couple of conferences. This is me at the Women of the World Festival at the Royal Festival Hall in London in 2020. And we'd also helped a couple of other companies set up their kind of male allies programs. And then really fortunately, I met a really talented woman called Dr. Jill Armstrong. Now, Jill had just finished a 3-year research program into the different experiences of men and women in the workplace. This was at Cambridge University in the UK. And she'd surveyed or interviewed over 7,000 people across 30, 35 different cross-sector organizations. And she found 16 things that consistently were happening to women in their careers that weren't happening to men. And these things were things that Stephen and I had discovered in all these conversations at JPMorgan. And we decided to call them accidental sexisms. Because we felt a lot of the time, these things weren't happening because people were ill-intended. I think most people, when they walk into their office, are actually quite well-intentioned. They want to do the right thing. But because of the way we are brought up to think in very gendered ways, these accidental mistakes creep in all the time. Now, I don't have time to talk about all 16 accidental sexisms, but I will share just a couple. We ran another survey about a year ago to see whether these 16 things were still happening. And actually, the survey was very focused on the financial services sector. And guess what? Of course, they're still happening. So I'm going to share a couple of them with you just to illuminate it. And they're kind of ideas that I think one or two people, earlier speakers, have already mentioned. So because of the deeply gendered way in which we are brought up, we often think about female strengths being really conscientious, showing great attention to detail, being really good at managing relationships, which often means in the workplace that we steer women towards very administrative type tasks and away from things which may be really career enhancing, which may be to do with clients and to do with P&L and to do with revenue. And Stephen and I found this at JPMorgan within technology, where it felt to us that our female engineers were often steered away from core development type roles and into more administrative or relationship-based roles like project management or business analysis. So when we did our survey, you can see the results, right? This idea of women being asked to do more administrative work, and let me make this clear, administrative work that's not part of their job, you can see that women are asked to do that far more than the men in their organizations. So another example, again, because of the deeply ingrained gendered ways we are kind of brought up to think, we often think about male strengths being more associated to leadership, being ambitious, for being focused on their careers, which means that we are far more likely to promote men based around leadership potential and nearly always promote women because of their past career history. And again, Stephen and I found this at JPMorgan, where it felt to us, we were both in a lot of promotion committees, and it felt to us like we were holding the women to a slightly higher bar than we were the men. And again, you can see this coming out in our data from last year, where twice or nearly twice as many women feel unsatisfied with the promotion process in their companies than the men. Now, our survey last year found that these accidental sexisms, all 16 of them, were still prevalent. there was often a 20 to 30% differential between that male-female experience. We almost call that the lived experience gap. So about 2 years ago, I formed a company with a man, Mark Freed, who spent the last 20 years supporting women in their financial services careers. And we called it Men for Inclusion. And our primary goal with that business is to help companies engage with their men to help them understand why diversity, inclusion, and gender equality is good for them and good for their business. And you can see some of the companies we've started working with. And I'd just like to say, right, these are fantastic companies. JPMorgan is a fantastic company. I want to make that publicly on record. They were not doing really bad things here at all. But this stuff is really difficult to eradicate. If this stuff was easy, we would have solved it decades ago, right? So it needs more people to get engaged, more people to start actively pursuing it for it to be successful. Now, these accidental sexisms, as you'd imagine, we find that they are invisible to men. Interestingly, even when we show that data I've just showed you to men, a lot of them will say, that's terrible, but it doesn't happen here, because we're really inclusive, right? So one of the things we often do is a bunch of research, and we research within the company, and guess what? We prove it happens in your company pretty much every time. As I say, these are great companies, right? Because this stuff is difficult. But one of the other things we do is we try to get men into workshops to have a conversation about this. And I think it's quite important that when you kind of bring them into these discussions, you don't start from a place where we are talking about blame, or we're talking about guilt. We are all the victims of our own gendered upbringing. I know that some people may not totally agree with me on this, but I think if you want men to be involved, I think you need to create a safe space for them to have a conversation. Because this is what this is. This is a conversation. This isn't getting men into a room and saying, you're bad, women are brilliant, you know, if we do all this stuff, women will win and you'll lose. That's not a great conversation. This has got to be about asking them what they do. Tell us about your experience. Tell us what you do to make these things better, or how you can make these things better. So we've developed a program, we call this a JUICE. That's what consultancies do. They make up acronyms, so they sound clever. And the A starts with this idea of awareness. But awareness in very specific things. The 16 accidental sexisms are really precise. So once you know them, you can respectively disrupt them. You also try and help them with this awareness of the fact that they may have had a relative advantage in the workplace if they were a man. Most workplaces have been designed by men for men. We then look at the desire to make change. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute and explore it in a little bit more detail. We then look at how we can understand how our behaviors continue to create these barriers, but also how we might begin to change things. We then look at how you can create capability so people know how to take action and almost practice doing it. And then finally, we look at how you can embed this in the business so it doesn't sort of like disappear when you leave the classroom. It's simply the way you do stuff going forward. So I want to talk a bit more about engaging men on this journey. And this is a bit of a journey. I think a lot of people refer to that. And I want to start with this point in the bottom left hand, if I'm getting this right, I think. Maybe the right hand. OK. It's not working for me, this, is it? But anyway, this bottom quadrant, where men normally are quite passive on this subject. And that's not surprising. A lot of companies start talking about diversity before they start talking about inclusion. So often men feel almost excluded from the get-go because it's not about them. But worryingly, we're finding more and more men are in the top quadrant. They're beginning to resist this conversation. I think McKinsey's research has shown that could be as many as 20% of men now think diversity initiatives have gone too far. That they, as men, are now the most victimized group in the workplace. Now, you can go to most companies and show them their demographic data and fairly easily prove to them that that's not true. But if that's what the men in your organization are thinking, you need to get that conversation out into the open. It's an important conversation to be had. You don't have a bunch of men in this middle section. We call them reactive. There's not too many in here, but maybe they're getting involved because they've been given a target or because their boss has told them to do it. And then we reach the allies. Now, I've just spent a few minutes telling you how I became an ally. But in recent years, I've become a little bit more wary of the word. And I think sometimes, not always, but I think sometimes men as allies, they think that's about coaching, mentoring, sponsoring, training, supporting women on how to succeed in the current culture. And I don't think that's enough. There's one step further. And that's when leadership are coaching, sponsoring, mentoring, training men and women on how to succeed in an inclusive world, an inclusive workplace. And that's about challenging your own behavior and trying to change the culture around you. I want to talk a bit more about this idea of how you create desire in men for being part of this. And a lot of the speakers earlier have spoken about the business case. And it's absolutely undeniable. And clearly, for executives, it is the conversation they need to have. They need to understand it. They understand. This is fundamentally a business performance question. It's not necessarily a right thing to do question, although clearly it is. But for most people in an organization, the people that often are the setters of the culture, they don't care about the business case. So we need to find the personal case. What's in it for me? Why should I support gender equality? Why should I support diversity and inclusion? So we often find ourselves trying to help men, and sometimes women, with this conversation. And there are a number of reasons. I'm not going to go for every single one. But there clearly are things you can do that are connected to your own development. That's a real positive. Things connected to health and well-being. There's lots of research that shows, diversity and inclusive teams are happier, and let's face it, there is, in some countries, a mental health crisis surrounding men. There's often, and I think it was referred to earlier, this idea that these efforts have created far more flexibility, far more choice for men in the workplace too. They can work more flexibly, they can take parental leave, they can be a stay-at-home father. I couldn't do all that 30 years ago. And finally, there's this question about responsibility, about giving back. So for the men in the room, I'd like to just concentrate on two of these things right now. The first one is this idea about leadership. I fundamentally believe if you have aspirations for leadership, you need to be coherent and authentic on this subject. Because the leaders of the future, they're going to be good at this stuff. Right? Inclusive leadership is simply good leadership. I fundamentally believe that. The second thing I'd just like to highlight is this idea of responsibility. As men, gender equality is good for us. All the research shows that. And we have benefited significantly from it in the workplace. But I don't think we've done much to deserve that. All of that effort, all of that work has largely been done by women and others from traditionally underrepresented groups. I think it's about time that men stepped up, put their shoulders to the wheel alongside their female colleagues, and did their fair share of the work. Because this is hard. If it wasn't, we would have solved it decades ago. Don't need to do that. I'd like to just finish up with my motivations for doing this work. They're all quite selfish. I've embraced the what's in it for me quite wholeheartedly. And I do this for three reasons. The first is I think it helps me get better at what I do. I'm naturally quite introverted. I have limited emotional intelligence, as my wife will tell you. Okay? I find it difficult. I need to work at it. And having these conversations on a fairly regular basis, I think helps me become a better colleague, a better leader, a better friend, a better husband, a better father, a better human being. It's quite good things. The second reason I do this is I want my family to be proud of what I do. All those amazing things I talked about that I did at JPMorgan, when I tell my children about that, I've got 2 daughters, you won't be surprised by that. They go, yeah, whatever, Dad, it's technology. Right? When I get up on stage and talk about this subject, in fact, my eldest daughter's in the audience, she's over there. She won't thank me for pointing that out. I have such an amazing feeling knowing that they are proud of what I do and what I'm trying to achieve. And then the third reason I like doing this work is I get to work with the most amazing people every single day. People who care, people who want to change the world for all the right reasons, and that is an absolute privilege. So I'd like to finish by saying a massive thank you to everyone in this room for turning up today. That matters. I'd particularly like to say a massive thank you to UN Women, to our Yoo-jung and Jihee and Hiechi, all the people that have really helped me become part of this conversation today, and particularly thank UN Women, because the work you do really matters. It is a privilege for me to be on this stage, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. But I just want to say a big thank you, because what you do is absolutely essential, I think, for the future of all business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary, for this absolutely inspiring talk. Yes, your daughter is indeed proud of you. I actually did ask Gary's daughter just before the event, and she nodded. Yes, she's very proud of her father. So thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Misun, who is the Vice President of POSCO E&C, who has broken the glass ceiling within the construction industry in Korea. With almost 30 years of experience at POSCO E&C, Ms. An made history in 2020 as the first woman to be promoted to the position of Senior Executive Director at POSCO E&C. As a true giver, she has also mentored both formally and informally countless women, including myself, actually, preparing this event. So thank you very much. Please give it up.
안녕하십니까. 포스코 E&C 안미선입니다. 이렇게 훌륭하신 분들하고 같이 이야기할 수 있는 이런 자리를 마련해 주시고 또 발표의 기회를 주신 UN 여성기구에 진심으로 감사드립니다. 제가 좀 익숙하지가 않아서 제가 저를 소개 좀 하자 보면 2가지 키워드가 있는데요. 건설 31년 그리고 구매 28년입니다. 많은 분들이 저한테 물어보시죠. 결혼했나요? 아이는 결혼했고요. 2딸의 엄마입니다. 그리고 포스코 E&C 이렇게 건설에서만 일했나요? 맞습니다. 공채로 들어가서 31년 동안 회사 성장과 함께 했고요. 건설회사 다니지만 엔지니어는 아닙니다. 건설업은 업의 특성상 우리 공장에 있는 것도 아니고 건설 원가의 80% 이상을 협력사가 담당합니다. 협력사와 협상하고 또 계약하고 구매하는 업무를 28년간 해왔는데요. 저희가 본사에서 구매하는 규모는 연간 한 5조 정도 계약을 하고 있습니다. 저는 거기서 이제 구매 기획을 총괄하고 있고요. 회사에서 제가 만든 최초의 스토리로 저를 소개하고자 합니다. 여자가 무슨 구매를 해 이렇게 하던 1990년도 초반에 최초로 여자로서 구매 담당을 시작했고요. 해외 공급사 발굴을 위해서 처음에 해외 출장을 간다니까 안전 때문에 안 된다고 해가지고 인사팀 특별 승인을 받아서 90년도 초반에 해외 출장을 다니기 시작해서 지금은 한 100회가 넘는 출장을 다녀왔습니다. 제가 이제 복잡한 설비를 구매하거나 그러니까 포스코 아시죠? 거의 제철소에 엄청난 그런 장치 설비를 제가 계약하는 거를 하고요. 건설 자재 또 현장 아파트 질 때 시공하시는 분들하고 하는 하도급 계약도 제가 수행을 쭉 해왔으면서 저는 현장에 계시는 엔지니어 분들을 저의 멘토로 다 삼았습니다. 그래서 현장과 사업부서 엔지니어들을 직접 찾아가서 만나고 부탁하면서 구매하는 이 물품이 뭔지 도면을 어떻게 보는지, 수량을 어떻게 산출하는지, 또 어떤 게 핵심 자재인지, 기능이 뭔지 이런 것들을 배웠습니다. 또 이제 구매 전문성 확보를 위해서 저보다 더 빨리 따신 분이 있는지 모르겠는데 제가 알기로는 제가 최초였고요. 이제 영어로 시험을 봐서 미국 구매 관리자, 그 당시 우리나라에는 그런 제도가 없었어요. 그래서 미국 구매 관리자 자격을 최초로 취득을 했고, 또 경영자로 성장하기 위해서 48세에 야간 MBA를 졸업했습니다. 2000년대 초반에 제가 이제 구매를 하면서 다른 동종사, 뭐 현대, 삼성 이런 데는 어떻게 일하고 있나 궁금해서요. 건설 외주관리 협회라는 거를 만드는데 창립 멤버로 기여를 했고, 또 지금까지도 20년 넘게 그 형님 같은 분들과 잘 지내고 있습니다. 그리고 임원이 된 후에는 물론 그 모임이 지금 100명쯤 있는데 여자는 혼자입니다. 저는 그들의 누나입니다, 지금은. 그리고 그 임원이 된 후에는요, 제가 그 삼성, 현대 여성 임원이 몇 명이나 한번 봤는데 거의 없더라고요. 그래서 10대 메이저 회사의 임원들에게 114에 물어봐서 전화를 직접 해서 우리 한번 모이지 않을래? 이렇게 해서요, 지금 정기적으로 분기에 한 번씩 모임을 갖고 있습니다. 제가 한 최초는 포스코 ENC 최초의 여성 대리, 뭐 최초 과장, 뭐 차장, 부장, 그룹장, 그리고 2020년도에 다소 늦었지만 최초의 여성 임원이 됐습니다. 그리고 제가 너무 감동 깊었던 건 제가 임원이 승진한 후 사내에서만 한 300여 통의 문자와 축하 메시지를 받았습니다. 그래서 현재 저희 회사 내 브랜드는 현장 중심의 구매 전문가, 또 혁신적인 리더입니다. 이그제큐티브 리더십 앤 매니지먼트에 대해서 좀 설명해 달라고 했는데 너무 어려워서 저는 저의 이야기를 해보려고 합니다. 저의 이야기를 그 이그제큐티브 리더십, 경영적인 비즈니스 리더로서 발휘하기 위해서 전문성, 네트워킹, 윈윈이라는 세 가지 관점에서 여러분과 이야기를 나누고 싶습니다. 전문성은 리더로 성장하기 위한 백본입니다. 뭐 앞에도 많은 분들이 얘기했지만 전문성 확보를 위해서 저는 3C를 제안하고 싶습니다. 먼저는 창의성입니다. 이 창의성은 학습, 경험, 그리고 새로운 기술, 트렌드에 대한 정보로 많은 인풋이 있어야 창의적이고 탁월한 성과를 달성할 수 있습니다. 제 개인적인 소견으로는 유레카 이런 건 없습니다. 저는 창의가 어떠한 이슈, 문제에 대해서 지속적인 몰입과 고민하고 또 노력한 그 결과물이라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 두 번째는 도전인데요. 여러분 회의할 때 과감하게 발언하고 고민하지 마시고 행동하시기 바랍니다. 제가 2012년에 회사에서 호주 근무를 하라는 거예요. 그때 큰 딸은 고2였고요. 작은 딸은 중1이었습니다. 그게 이제 저희가 호주에 광산 프로젝트 이제 수주를 해야 되는데 거기에 이제 구매 총괄 팀장으로 이제 직원들을 데리고 나가서 결국 1년 정도 근무를 했습니다. 결국은 수주를 못해서 매우 속상했던 경험인데요. 개인적으로는 그 호주 그 로컬의 계약법과 또 이제 호주가 영국에서부터 발의가 돼가지고 되게 선진화된 그 구매 체계를 가지고 있어요. 그래서 선진 구매에 대한 지식을 쌓고 경험할 수 있는 정말 좋은 기회였습니다. 그 뒤에는 어떠한 해외 프로젝트든 뭐 국내 프로젝트 등 수행하는데 큰 두려움이 없었습니다. 도전하는 자만이 뭔가 손에 얻을 수 있다라는 당연한 진리를 깊이 깨달은 경험이었습니다. 네, 마지막으로 이제 계속 앞에서도 얘기했는데 지속하고 포커스온하고라고 이렇게 얘기하시는데요. 지속성입니다. 사실 여기 남성 비율이 높은 산업군에서 여성 인재들은 뭐 임포스터 신드롬을 겪는 경우가 있다고 합니다. 제 능력을 자기네 능력을 과소평가하고 높은 수준의 성과를 달성해도 이거 운이 좋아서 그런가? 뭐 이런 심리라고 하는데요. 여러분 특히 여기 지금 계신 여성 비율이 적은 산업에서 근무하고 있는 여러분은 충분히 잘해왔고요. 잘하고 있고요. 잘할 겁니다. 저 사실은 여기 오늘 들으면서 모든 한 분 한 분을 다 알아주고 싶더라고요. 여러분 자신을 사랑하세요. 저 또한 그랬고요. 제가 완벽해서 리더가 된 게 아닙니다. 학습과 또 지속적인 전문성을 확보하면서 성장하는 것입니다. 이제 성장에 대한 얘기를 좀 해보려고 하는데요. 성장하는 지름길은 네트워킹입니다. 네트워킹은 두 가지 장점이 있죠. 첫 번째는 다양한 사람들과 소통하면서 새로운 정보를 아주 쉽게 습득할 수 있는 가장 쉬운 방법입니다. 두 번째는 어떤 창의적인 아이디어나 솔루션을 이제 조직을 위해서 할 때 사전에 소통하고 다양한 피드백을 받아서 실행 전에 검증하고 도움을 받아서 성공을 보장해주는 지름길입니다. 함께 일하시는 사내의 많은 사람들이 여러분에게 빚을 많이 지게 하십시오. 이 빚진다는 의미가 뭐냐? 제가 생각하는 가장 쉬운 방법은 자주 밥 사시고요. 자주 커피를 많이 사주세요. 그리고 그들의 이야기를 들려주세요. 돈 썼지요? 시간 내줬지요? 그분들은 저한테 다 빚진 겁니다. 제가 핸드폰에 한 1,500명쯤 이제 아주 소중한 사람들을 가지고 있는데요. 그분들의 생일이 되면 그분을 생각하면서 가장 유사한 이미지의 이모티콘을 보내드립니다. 생일을 축하하면서요. 관계를 만드는 거는 대단한 이벤트가 필요한 게 아닙니다. 누구나 늘 나를 응원하고 지지한다는 진정성 있는 작은 말 한마디와 표현이면 충분합니다. 사내 정치를 해야 하나? 한국에서 이게 정치 되게 중요하거든요. 이런 생각을 많이 하는데 정치라는 부정적인 생각이 되게 많으신데요. 제가 생각하는 사내 정치는 회사 성과를 위해서 관련한 사람들, 관련 부서와 소통하고 지지를 받아내는 것입니다. 필요하다면 사내 정치 해야 합니다. 관련 부서와 정기적으로 소통하고 회사를 위해서 제가 하고자 하는 바를 수시로 평소에 홍보하고 이야기하십시오. 정말 조직 발전에 의미 있는 일이라면 그들이 다 도와줄 것입니다. 아까 빚도 많이 졌잖아요, 저한테. 네. 그리고 사회 네트워킹은 사실 더 많은 정보와 대내외 경영 환경을 알기 위해서 반드시 필요합니다. 여러분이 지금 본인이 업무와 관련된 사내외 전문가 단체 모임에 당장 참석하시기 바랍니다. 각 대학의 MBA, 건설 쪽에서 보면 기술경영 석사, 부동산 대학원 이런 거 되게 많이 있잖아요. 그런 걸 통해서 학습하고 다양한 업종의 사람들과 교류하시기 바랍니다. 여러분의 경쟁력과 성장의 원동력이 됩니다. 이제 윈윈, 동반 성장하는 것, 저는 바로 이것이 성숙으로 향하는 길이라고 생각합니다. 성숙함이란 뭐냐? 자신의 성장뿐만 아니라 동료, 조직, 회사를 포함해서 함께 성장하는 큰 그릇입니다. 여러분은 함께 일하고 싶은 동료입니까? 동반 성장을 통해 혼자 할 수 없는 일을 여러 사람이 모여 함께 사회적 가치와 선한 영향력을 주는 것이 저는 성숙이라고 생각합니다. 제가 여기까지 이야기를 하면서요, 좀 두려움이 있었어요. 뭐냐면 제가 대단해가지고 특별해서 일과 가정을 양립해서 막 잘 살아왔다고 그런 오해를 하지 마시기 바랍니다. 사실 건설과 같이 남성이 많은 산업군에서 여성 리더들이 워크 앤 밸런스를 유지하려면 회사의 적극적인 제도 지원과 조직 문화가 가장 중요합니다. 포스코 ENC의 조직 문화가 제가 아직도 회사를 다니는데 가장 많이 기여했습니다. 그래서 이제부터 간략히 회사 이야기를 해보고자 합니다. 포스코 ENC는 창립 29년 만에 시공 능력 평가 국내 4위로 도약한 에코 앤 챌린지 회사입니다. 2023년에 친환경 미래사회 건설을 위해 업의 한계에 도전하는 혁신 기업으로 신비전을 선포했습니다. 포스코 그룹의 경영 이념은 더불어 함께 발전하는 기업 시민입니다. 특히 직원의 성장을 최우선하며 상호 배려와 존중의 조직 문화가 매우 우수한 회사입니다. 젠더 이슈는 더 이상 남녀의 문제가 아닙니다. 인권의 문제입니다. 기업의 인권 이슈는 기업의 이미지, 투자, 수익, 인재 유치 등 다양한 요소에 영향을 끼칩니다. 저같이 자녀를 둔 여성 리더들은 커리어를 이어나가면서 번아웃 되거나 잘 하고 있는가 이렇게 의심이 되게 많은데요. 큰아이가 제가 초등학교 6학년 때 회사를 그만둬야 된다는 생각을 처음 했습니다. 대한민국 교육열 넘버원 동네 아시죠? 거기서 부모 지원 없이 얘가 학생회장이 돼가지고 제가 뭔가를 이렇게 회사를 그만두고 도와줘야 되나 이런 고민을 했는데 결국 회사에 이런 이야기를 하니까 그 당시 육아휴직이 제도가 없었어요. 90년대, 2000년대 초반이니까. 근데 본인이 원하는 휴직을 6개월간 회사에서 허락해 주었습니다. 저희 회사는 22년간 인권 헌장을 제정하고 대표이사가 인권 정책 경영을 선언했습니다. 현재는 임직원뿐만 아니라 협력사, 외국인 근로자를 포함해서 인권 경영을 실천하고 있고요. 특히 직장 내 괴롭힘과 성희롱은 원 스트라이크 아웃으로 강력히 처벌하며 예방하고 있습니다. 저희 회사는 또한 이렇게 로드맵이 있습니다. 임신부터 육아까지 쭉 전체 로드맵을 보고 누구나 이걸 활용할 수 있게 하고요. 특히 법정 요구 사항 외에도 여러 가지 지원을 합니다. 근데 제가 제일 인상 깊은 거는 육아기 휴직인데요. 법정에서는 지금 1년 하게 돼 있어요. 대한민국은. 그거에 추가 1년을 할 수 있고요. 또 직장 어린이집에 130여 명이 부모님과 함께 출근을 하고 특히 육아기에 재택근무를 최대 2년간 추가 사용할 수 있습니다. 휴직 외에. 그리고 이렇게 해서 승진평가 시에도 육아휴직 기간은 포함하지 않습니다. 고가를. 그래서 여성이 경력 단절이 최소화되도록 지원하고 있습니다. 저는 이러한 회사의 노력이 전 건설사로 확대되고 사회적으로 여성의 일과 가정 양립을 위한 실질적인 제도가 법제화되기를 기대합니다. 여기까지 저희 이야기와 회사 얘기를 했는데요. 남성이든 여성이든 결혼을 했든 안 했든 자식이 있고 없든지 상관없이 우리는 뒷모습을 보면 모두 각자의 짐을 지고 인생을 살아갑니다. 누구에게는 일과 가정, 누구에게는 일과 자기 삶을 양립해야 하는 사람들입니다. 저의 이야기가 여성 인재들에게 조금 더 큰 힘을 내어 자기 목소리를 말하는데 그리고 이그제큐티브 리더, 경영자로 성장하는데 진심으로 기여하기를 바라고 응원합니다. 우리 모두는 무르익을 수 있습니다. 감사합니다.
상무님 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you so much for this very inspiring talk indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our next speaker, Ms. Shweta Khurana from India, who is the Senior Director for the Asia-Pacific Government Partnerships and Initiatives at the International Government Affairs Group of Intel. With a 23-year-long career, she has trusted relationships across governments, development agencies, academia, and communities. And she's leading Intel's global commitment to make technology inclusive by empowering 30 million people with AI skills for current and future jobs. Shweta, please.
Good evening, and it's such an honor and pleasure to be with all of you in person today. You know, we've often heard about digital divide, and more than often we've discussed how that really impacts inequalities, specifically when we look at the socio-economic growth across the globe. Today, we are facing a generational shift when it comes to emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. Now, this can either be a very defining moment where we can either level the playing field, or in fact, we can kind of not do anything, which means simply don't take any action, and then increase the present digital divide. Now, this becomes far more critical and amplified when we look at the use of technology under the gender lens. Our focus at Intel is to build tech equity and reduce the gender-based digital divide to ensure that we advance into a more inclusive, more sustainable world than perhaps the one we are living in today. We drive large-scale programs to create a workforce for the industry, right? These programs support diverse talent, talent development for the ecosystem, for our partners, for us, ourselves, and for the countries we operate in. But before I speak to you more about these programs, allow me to share a small reflection with all of you. I have been working with Intel since 2010, and we typically attend various leadership development forums. In one such forum, a statement really resonated with me, which was all about the single most critical factor which predicts a group's collective intelligence, or like we call it, the CI factor, is actually the social sensitivity. Now, this was a study which was quantifying collective intelligence in human groups, and it kind of defined the group's ability to perform a wide variety of tasks. They also found that a group's CI was correlated not only to the individual intelligence of every single member in the group, but the average social sensitivity of the group members and the proportion of female in that group. Now, you all know we work as teams, right? So to succeed, it became critical that our team has to be more intelligent in decision-making than the other teams. And it also became very clear to us that increasing the team's social sensitivity really meant enhancing the diversity quotient. So we started questioning our inherent biases. Speakers before me have spoken about the inherent biases, right? And whether we like it or not, they impact our decisions. So a friend guided me to attempt, which was called the implicit association test. Have any of you done that before? It's basically, it's all about educating the public on how, there's a virtual laboratory for collecting data by Harvard researchers. Just a quick show of hands if you've ever done it. Oh, okay, so somebody has. So my implicit association test on the gender and career suggested, and this is really surprising, right? Because I've been working all my adult life, really suggested a result which I'm not very happy with. It says that I have a moderate automatic association of males with career and females with family. And this was shocking to me personally. So since then, I started recognizing my own cognitive biases, and I'm trying to overcome them. By the way, the test is still live. The link is there in the presentation, so I would recommend and encourage you to just attempt it. Moving ahead, one may ask, why is it essential to create tech equity, right? And increase the participation of women in the digital revolution. We are seeing today, as per the World Economic Forum, 90% of jobs globally in the next few years will have a digital component, and they will favor digitally skilled individuals. The Gender Snapshot 2022 report by UN Women concludes that low and middle income countries had over $1 trillion in GDP growth reduced due to women's exclusion from digitalization. In fact, 54% of women in the Asia-Pacific region have digital access. And that's, again, not a figure which we can be very proud of. Now, though there's a considerable gender gap when we speak about digital inclusion and digital parity, there is an opportunity to really add $28 trillion in GDP growth by 2025 if we create gender parity at our workplace. Let me just give you a quick cross-sectional analysis of what exactly is the gender-based digital divide. Now, the key dampeners, which a lot of research has come back to us with, is lack of infrastructure, access to primary education itself, and inadequate digital readiness. For example, the Mobile Gender Gap Report in 2023 highlights that the gender digital divide is most pronounced in South Asia, simply because women cannot afford to buy a mobile phone or would have the literacy and digital skills which would be relevant for them to transact business on it. So at Intel, we noticed that the lack of digital readiness and digital skills among women is a critical factor, a factor that society must address to reduce the digital divide. And thus, our mission actually became to make technology inclusive and expand digital readiness. Intel is committed to expanding digital readiness by partnering with 30 country governments, taking it to 30,000 institutions worldwide, and empowering more than 30 million people by 2030 with AI skills, both for current and future jobs. But what exactly is digital readiness, and what is the starting point? So digital readiness basically encompasses three factors: skills, learning all about new emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, getting to trust emerging technologies in that space, and most importantly, ensuring responsible use of superpowers like AI for broader socioeconomic benefits. Now, gender parity must start by creating digital readiness and skilling the future workforce. So for example, and this is a story which is really very close to our hearts. It's a young girl in school called Tina Sahu back in India. She developed her AI project called Happiness Guru to predict the onset of depression in students, and she studies in an all-girls school in her high school, basically. From there, she went on to complete a course on AI ethics and has now, very recently, started her career as a data analyst. So let's quickly look at her success story. Can I have the video, please? Thanks. So empowering girls like Tina Sahu with AI readiness skills and building an ecosystem which can really help strengthen the workforce participation for them is a good starting point, one would say. But starting any kind of a societal change is always good, but continuing it is most crucial. So our focus here is on ensuring continued learning, building resilience, providing economic growth opportunities for girls and women, which basically allows them to get equal economic representation. It allows them to have an equal voice on the table, not just be on the table, but have a strong voice on the table. So in the very recently concluded G20 Alliance for the Empowerment and Progression of Women's Economic Representation, which is called the G20 Empower Group, we launched a platform called Tech Equity. And in fact, this was in collaboration with multiple governments across the G20 countries, multilaterals such as UN Women, and academic organizations. The intent of Tech Equity is to provide equity and access of high-quality learning and skill enhancement programs to accelerate the career potential and growth opportunities for women across our countries. It's basically available in 120 languages. It's free of access to everyone. It is very much alive and completely available for you to go and explore. It's inclusive, accessible, so much so it also supports individuals with dyslexia, ADHD, color blindness, and has a read aloud feature for the visually impaired. So as we look forward, right, what really happens is whenever we are trying to increase digital inclusion and gender parity, there are a couple of pillars which we follow at Intel. For one, for our people and industry, we understand our shared commitments, such as social equity. How do we really build that? Supplier diversity, that's something we strongly encourage, and industry collaboration. For our communities, we strive to positively impact global social challenges, ensure equitable access and opportunities to keep inspiring the next generation of innovators and technologists. And for the world, we look at ways to apply our technologies to resolve those global challenges. We've embedded diversity, equity, inclusion, all considerations, in fact, into our own product life cycle. So there is a practice of inclusive language to drive awareness, dialogue, and industry-wide change in all our products and documentation. But our D&I, our diversity inclusion journey, really doesn't end there. Even though the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission does not require employers to file data, we continue to believe it's important to disclose it publicly. So transparency and open sharing of our data enables us to both celebrate progress and identify key areas for action and improvement. You can find all the details of the graph which you see here on our D&I public website. What this really does, it helps our diverse employees believe in our principle of continuously improving diversity, equity, and inclusion outcomes in technology for our people, our markets, and our communities worldwide. At Intel, we create world-changing technology that enriches the lives of every person on Earth. Let me finish with our co-founder, Robert Noyce's quote. Don't be encumbered by history. Let's all go off and do something wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful quote to end. Now, it's my great pleasure to invite our next speaker, Mike Kim, who is the head of Google for Startups for the Asia-Pacific region. He has a rich history as an entrepreneur himself, and he has worked for Silicon Valley technology companies for over a decade, and he's now championing the next wave of startup innovators in the Asia-Pacific region. We are very happy to have him today with us to share a different perspective, especially from Google, and also sharing his experience with startups. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mike.
Good afternoon, everybody. 다들 엄청 피곤하시죠? It's the afternoon. This is the hardest slide. You got to get everybody to wake back up again. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's a real honor. Is this okay? I'm based in Singapore, and I thought I'd just start with kind of a reflection. I don't know if you guys have been traveling around the world, but it is Korea's moment right now. I live across from a pretty big mall, a big 백화점 there, and when you go in there, every day all you hear is new jeans, all you eat is 한국 음식. The 배우s, 한국 배우 and 연예인들 are the only idols on the screens there. And I say this because I think it's very important to recognize that the reason I think Korea is having this moment globally is because the trends have been set by Korean women. Every time I visit Korea, if you go to a 맛집, you go to Yeonnam-dong, you go to a cafe, you don't see any 아저씨s waiting in line. You see women, because women are the ones setting the trends in this country. So as Korea has this moment, I just thought I'd reflect on that because I thought it was pretty special that all my life, as growing up in San Francisco, that wasn't the case. And it's nice to be able to see that. A quick background on myself. I grew up in the Bay Area, and I've been very fortunate to work for some amazing startups. But I only point this slide out because of this. The majority of managers and bosses that I've had actually have been women. And actually, I came when Benja was speaking. You said so many wonderful things about Google. I wish my manager was here. Yeah, you would have helped me out with my OKRs. You kind of nailed everything that Google did. But I've been very fortunate growing up in the Bay Area, where there has been a huge emphasis on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I actually believe that because I've had women managers for the majority of my career, that I am now in the position where I'm at. So when I got this invitation, they asked me to talk about a lot of things. What does Google for Startups do? What are we doing to support women founders? And then also, how is Google approaching AI? So I realize I have 10 minutes, and each of those topics I usually do talk about, but they're 30 minutes each. So I had to work with my team to cram down just the GFS part down. What are we doing to support women down? And then I actually thought it'd be fun to talk to you guys just about how are we approaching AI. It's obviously such a remarkable, not new, but remarkable technology that is gonna affect all of us. So I tried my best to reduce these long decks that we have in our company, and hopefully it will be informative to you. So let me start with part one, Google for Startups. What is this? This is our mantra, and I only wanna focus on the first sentence, leveling the playing field. When this team was started 10 years ago, and I've been on the team for 7 years, the founders of our company wanted this team, Google for Startups. They were, as cliche as it is, they started in a garage, and a lot of people helped them along the way. And so when they thought about what should the goal of Google for Startups be, it could have been, let's provide technical support. We have great engineers, let's just provide great technical support. Or let's just invest. We've got a lot of money, let's invest. Or it could have been, let's sell some of our products, cloud, ads. But they were very clear, that was not the goal. They had one goal, which was ensure that anybody who had a dream to build a company had the same opportunity. And that varies by region. I oversee APAC, but leveling the playing field in EMEA and the US is very different, which I'll go into. But I just wanted to set the tone that this team's primary focus is to ensure that if you have a dream to build a company, we give you the right opportunity. These are founders who developed this team, which I'm very grateful for, and some of our success metrics. We measure ourselves on startup success. Success is a strange word. People have various different reasons on why a successful company is successful, but we like to measure ourselves on a few things. Are they getting more funding? Meaning, do they have more opportunity to continue to grow? Are they creating more jobs? Especially in a country like Korea, where there's so much talent, but we also know that there's a huge youth unemployment rate. How can we solve this? How can startups play a role in ensuring that everyone rises as an economy? You also probably recognize that if you go to Samsung-yeok, right across from COEX, we built a startup campus there in 2015. This is a completely open resource. There's only 6 of them around the world, 2 in Asia, 1 in Seoul and 1 in Tokyo. For all of you who might have a dream of building some company and need assistance, this is an entirely free resource. You could come to one of our campuses, either in Seoul and actually down in Busan, where I'll be next week, and there's consistent training, mentorship, Google guidance, and it's at your will. So please take advantage of this. We also have an entirely global network. I'm very familiar with the fact that a lot of Koreans are starting to build companies that want to go expand abroad, 해외 진출. But it's very hard. So I don't know why, but sometimes I switch to Korean. I'm sure the translator is like, 엄청 미치게 힘들 거예요. Sorry about that. I don't know what he's speaking. I don't know why. It kind of happens. But I also know that it's very hard to expand globally. So how do we make that connection easier? Well, come to one of our campuses. Our entire team is focused on ensuring you want to meet an investor in London. You're going on a business trip to Sao Paulo, Brazil. We can connect the dots for you. I say this not just for entrepreneurs, but for those women looking for economic opportunity. Let's say you have a dream about going somewhere else, but you don't have the connection. How do you open the door? Who will make that warm connection? Well, come to us. That is our primary goal. All right, so I went through kind of quickly what GFS is, but specifically for this group, I want to talk about how we are leveling the playing field. We have many different programs to do that across the APAC region, but I tried to pull some examples just for Korea because we're here today and that may resonate a little bit more with you. I also want to preface, as I said before, when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's very different in very different regions. My US team right now are supporting Black founders. My European colleagues created a Ukraine startup fund to help refugees. So leveling the playing field is so different in very different regions. For us in APAC, it's about supporting women founders. Unfortunately, right now, less than 10% of all founders in Asia, in APAC, are women. That's an absurd number. That is an absurd number, especially when the population of Asia, 10% of them are not women. So there is a huge gap. And our goals with our programs, which I'll go through now, is to reduce that gap. One of them is our Women Founders Academy. It's a 10, 12-week program. We select the best women founders from a range of industries: e-commerce, fintech, construction, I'll talk to you afterwards, business, fashion, F&B, and we specifically choose women founders because they have an incredible understanding of particular industries that are much more deeper than I think men have. And when you get into those startups, it's very clear. If you look at here, there's a few examples. One is women biologically have a different have a menstrual cycle. And in order to build the right product, in order to have empathy with the user, that is an industry where some of our women founders are excelling. And so when we are reviewing women founder applications, it's very unique. They know their power. They know their unique stance. And I think it's very inspiring to see that they take advantage of that. And so I've only listed a few here. Actually, I'll talk about one more, grit. It's one of the most successful live e-commerce companies we have, not just in Korea, but the world. What she found was she understood the Korean woman shopper. And yes, there was engineers in Silicon Valley that tried to make the exact same thing, but they didn't understand how women really shop. And so I found talking to the Grip 대표님, 하나 대표님, so unique, because even though her company kind of exists in other countries, her take on the industry was so unique. Things that she had lived through, not read through, things that she had experienced, but not just seen on a movie, that made her product excel. And that's why I think she's so successful. We also have a program called Startup School. And maybe actually go to the next slide. I want to show this. Now, we run this program in many countries, but I also question my team in Korea. How do we make Startup School in Korea a little bit more unique? How do we level the playing field? And so earlier this year, we decided, why don't we partner with one of the top women's university in Korea? And so we partnered with Seoul. Now, the reason we wanted to do this is, not only is it important to support women founders, but we also need to support the future entrepreneur. There are dreams that are hidden in that university, but they haven't been tapped. And so I challenged my team to be able to create new programs. We also partner with the US Embassy. We believe, as Google, we have the unique ability to connect folks with folks that they would never have the opportunity to do. And so we created unique programs. I just got a 3-minute flash. We also created the APAC Women Founders Fund. And can you play the, actually don't play the video, because don't play the video. It's not worth it. I'll just go through. We recently, in different regions, have funds. When we thought about what kind of fund we wanted to create in APAC, we specifically knew, yes, we want to invest in AI companies, but that doesn't really make us very unique. There are plenty of VC firms doing that. But what about focusing on just women founders? And so we launched this specifically this year, and we awarded 7 amazing founders this opportunity. What I found very interesting, though, as we run these funds across the region, across the world, was Google, 우리는 홍보를 잘하잖아요. So 신기하게 우리가 이 펀드를 홍보를 하면서 생각보다 애플리케이션이 많이 안 들어온 거예요. So I thought that was very interesting that when we marketed this, at the beginning, I thought we'd get a lot of applications. What was fascinating was at the very bottom of the application, it says, if you have questions, you can send an info at, I think, like the fund. Most of the women founders asked, I've only been doing it for 1 year, can I apply? Or, I'm kind of AI, should I apply? What's interesting is, they were so overqualified, they should have applied. Whereas on the flip side, which is very kind of funny, men applied to the Women Founders Fund, so they didn't even read the application. I bring this up because I have limited time and it seems like I can't get to the third part, but it's interesting that even when we develop these types of programs to specifically support women founders, that there's still a natural barrier. And so there are many things I'd like to say, but in due time, don't ask for permission. Don't ask info at. You are clearly qualified to be where you are. And even if you're not, apply. Give yourself that chance. These are some of the founders we have, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will finish because I'm limited on time here, that startups for us, it's not just about economic opportunity. New culture, new ways of working are started at the smallest level. We have some amazing executives here from POSCO to Samsung who have done remarkable things. But we all know changing culture in a large company, even like ours, is very difficult. I'll leave you with this. When I first came to Korea in 2015, I joined a small startup called Baemin. It's about 30 people. What was interesting there was that CEO created a unique rule. 월요일에는 1시에 출근하다. Come to work at 1 p.m. on Monday. I say this because it was an opportunity for him to change culture. Everyone hates Monday. So he said, why don't we create Mondays where you're happy? That's why startups are so important. And that's the same for when it comes to founders and building new culture. I'll finish with this. I think we're at my time. Yeah, she's still mad. In the field of AI, it's actually ever more present to have equality, DEI. The only reason we have AI is because of data sets, large language models. And right now, it's heavily skewed towards having male engineers who are developing them. And while they don't intentionally try to make their AI bots or programs to lean towards how men think, they naturally will program things that way because the data set is leaning that way. And so it's so important now, more than ever, because AI will be a part of your life. It is a part of your life, that we have to increase the number of women in this industry. Otherwise, you're going to have a very strange society where you don't want some guy, an engineer who doesn't understand that perspective, developing programs and scripts for women. And so that's why it's so important for us, not only to fund them, but to be able to ensure that the next generation of women founders have it easier and better to build. So I'll finish with that. Maybe during panel talk, I'll go to the third portion and talk about how we're approaching AI. But since that's my time, I just wanted to say thank you so much to UN Women for giving us the opportunity, and I'll talk a little bit further at the panel talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. That was such a great presentation. Thank you so much. Now, I have the last speaker for this segment of the session 2, John David Kim from GSMI. GSMA is the largest global network of 1,000 mobile operators and business across the world. With over 25 years of experience, John is heading the Digital Transformation Acceleration Forum community. And as the head of Northeast Asia at GSMA, he liaises with mobile operators, ecosystem partners, startups, and policymakers across the Asia-Pacific region. John, please.
Thank you, Yoo-jung. Good afternoon. 안녕하세요. 조용하시네요. Coffees, please. Okay, great. Really, it's a pleasure to be here to chat with you. We had Google just before. Everyone knows Google, right? Yeah? Who's heard of GSMA? Oh, come on. Are you serious? Dead serious? Yeah? Champ, great. All right, yeah, so GSMA is a, I'll show you in the next few slides, but we represent the mobile industry globally. And it's we have a board of 25 mobile operators from around the world that represents pretty much around 5.5 billion mobile subscribers from around the world, okay? And so what I'll do is just explain to you what we do before we jump into our experience of creating and promoting diversity within our organization, because we are responsible also for leading the industry, the operators per se, and also the vendors, like vendors like Ericsson and Samsung and so on, operators like NTT Docomo, KT, Vodafone, you name it. And so we do actually have a very big impact on how they do their own business, but also maintain or manage their own culture and diversity within the organizations. Okay, so having said that, I think I'd really like to allude to the previous presentations from I think in Intel. It's about, I can just picture you mentioning about being able to share the data, okay, and announcing what the findings that you had within your organization and sharing that information externally, okay. Also, I'd like to refer to the Google's presentation. Just do it, okay. And it is going to be important to make sure that you don't hesitate, but go ahead and just do it. And opposite to that, the mobile sector is quite different. It's very, very conservative. And so we as GSMA, we try to bring about change and lead by showing a certain level of progressiveness to our members and for the industry. Okay? So let's have a look at before I go into the details of who we are, so what is GSMA's value proposition? GSMA unites the mobile industry around a common agenda to unleash innovation to create a positive business environment and to produce a real societal changes on a global scale. And you may have heard of Mobile World Congress, Barcelona, hopefully? Yes? Fantastic, great. All right, few there. So we actually have the biggest telecoms event, world's biggest telecoms event in Barcelona in the very final week of February every year. Okay, we had it this year in Barcelona. Next year, we'll have it in Barcelona in the very final week of February. Our vision is to unlock the full power of connectivity so that people, industry, and society thrive all together. And it is important that we really unlock the power of connectivity because we're fully aware that that still remains that, although countries like Korea, Japan, and a lot of the advanced countries, we have the benefit, the rewards of connectivity and things that come along with it. Challenge, there is still a lot of challenge, particularly in low and middle income countries. So having mentioned, okay, so just regarding just looking at the numbers in relation to what GSMA does. GSMA was founded in 1987 in Ireland to begin with. Okay, now we have our global headquarters in London. And we represent global mobile sector, which has over 5.5 billion unique mobile subscribers, and that's at the end of 2022. Now, by the end of 2022, we've been very actively contributing to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, not just SDG 5, okay, on gender equality, but GSMA's work pretty much impacts all of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. In 2021, we were recognized as a breakthrough sector, and when I'm talking about the mobile sector, okay, in the UN Race to Zero Climate. So this is a little more about some of the impact that we are having, and as you can see from the slide here, the power of mobile connectivity speaks for itself with 11.1 billion cellular connections worldwide, okay, globally. In addition to that, as I mentioned before, we have around about 1,100 members globally. Of that, around 800 members are pure mobile telecommunications operators. Remainder are other associate members like Samsung and Ericsson and so forth. The Mobile World Congress that we hold in Barcelona, this year we had around about 90,000 attendees. Pre-COVID, we had 125,000, okay? Next year, end of February, we're hoping to have around 100,000 attendees from around the world, not only from the mobile sector, but from adjacent industries as well. Okay, so having that said, now the UN's Sustainable Development Goals in 2016, our Director General, Mats Granrud, led the GSMA to become the first sector to commit to UN SDGs. First sector, okay? And this sits very much at the core of what we do, and that also pertains to our work around gender-based diversity and inclusivity, because the UN itself has confirmed on many occasions that unless SDG 5 on gender equality is achieved, really none of the other sustainable development goals can be achieved either. And we all know that. It's a fundamental. And that's why at GSMA, we are committed to driving change, and particularly change around digital gender equality and equity. Now, I'll now share how GSMA is driving this internally, because unless a company has a strong culture around these issues, change will be really difficult to drive, not just internally, but also externally. In our case, this change comes from both top, okay, and everything that you hear today is very much supported and championed by GSMA's leadership team. And our leadership team is represented by our Director General, our CMO, CRO, CTO, etc., CSO, etc. And change also comes from the bottom as well. And I don't mean it in any derogatory way. I'm on the bottom, okay, as a part of the staff, okay? Because without our employees, without involving them in the decision-making process, it is really difficult then to achieve, changing the company culture throughout the organisation. So for GSMA, it was really important that we took both top and bottom-led approach to driving this change. So in 2019, we launched our flagship One GSMA Forum, which is really an employee-led forum driving diversity, equity, and inclusion at GSMA. This has in turn allowed much greater visibility for some of these issues because those are driven by our employees, and that also includes appointing employees who volunteer to be D&E and I champions in their respective teams or departments. And then subsequently, in 2020, the GSMA introduced a very ambitious diversity and inclusion action plan because we really recognize that commitments alone were not enough. And we all know, in many cases, many organizations, it's, diversity is a tick in the box, okay? And we really wanted to make sure that we led by example. And so commitments need to be supported by a very clear action plan. And because that allows you to monitor progress, okay, and report on it and rectifying things that are not working. And I allude to what Intel mentioned just in the previous presentation as well. This plan was supplemented by an inclusive language guide because we also recognized how you speak around these issues really matters. Both when you speak about these issues internally, but also when you present them before external stakeholders. I've highlighted here four action areas of our action plan. These are by no means exclusive, but they're the most critical ones that are things that have certainly worked for GSMA. And as such, I highly recommend to those of you here in the audience today who are thinking about starting your D&I journey to really look into introducing such an action plan. This is because it really helps then to track and monitor how you're progressing against your goals, your objectives, and really what the main challenges are. So let's look at that. First is data. Okay? We know that unless we know what the problems are, we cannot solve them. We need to identify the problems through the collection of data. So the GSMA therefore collects a number of data points around issues such as any gaps in payment and remuneration, both based on gender, but also on other factors such as ethnicity, disability, socioeconomic status, and so forth. This is because we're really determined to pay our employees equally for their equal effort, regardless of what their background and who they are. Secondly, it's important to have a very strong inclusive culture because education is an ongoing process, and therefore we are set on educating both our employees but also our leadership team and our extended global ecosystem. We mean our partners, okay? And practices and processes are equally important because that is how you put your plan into action. Thirdly, we need to ensure that we're addressing historical biases that existed prior to the implementation of this action plan. This is done mainly by our excellent HR team, which is responsible for recruiting a diverse workforce, including more women in senior leadership positions. We also make sure that whenever we interview candidates, we have diverse selection boards, and this is just one of the many examples. And this, you may find this quite interesting. We also use a gender bias decoder, okay, during the application process that removes any identifiable factors pertaining to the candidates so that respective hiring managers are able to view only their qualifications but not necessarily any other identifiable factors of the potential candidate. And lastly, I refer to accountability. to speak up when we see something wrong. Oh, pardon me. Last we referred to accountability because we need to be accountable for our actions, as we are all responsible for driving change. This is a message that the leadership team of GSMA is very set on relaying to our employees, because they recognize that we are all in this together. And again, I stress the leadership team, the top management, okay? They need to recognize it and not just check the box. That is really, really important. And we all have responsibility to speak up when we see something wrong that goes against our principles, against our values, against our culture, and of course, make sure that we educate. Because sometimes we inevitably are relaying our unconscious bias, and I'm guilty of that as well, okay, in our decision-making process. And it's not easy always to recognize that and therefore rectify it. So now, I'll just touch on our diversity report, and this is a diversity report that we did last year, looking a self-reflection on ourselves within GSMA, what our issues were, what needed to be addressed. So let's have a look at this. Now, here I have highlighted data pertaining to gender representation, and given the topic of my presentation today. As you can see, in terms of employee diversity, the GSMA is quite evenly represented. I think I'm really proud of this, actually. Okay, we have 47% male employees versus 53% female employees. Now, when it comes to new starters, we see that the stories are more or less the same, with 45% male versus 55% female starters. And this is not surprising, because in many companies, it's much easier to achieve gender balance at the entry level, because their barriers to advancement are not as evident. But let's have a look at gender by career level. However, the story slightly changes as professionals progress with their career. Now, as you can see here, currently at the GSMA, we still have a bit of work when it comes to gender-based diversity, certainly among our leadership and extended leadership teams, because there is still a 2% difference. But I hope you agree with me that this is actually a good result, because in all fairness, we're not all that far off from reaching thorough gender-based balance. Okay? And when it comes to the senior manager or expert level here, equally, of course, we see that there is a slight room for improvement. But we all know that when it comes to gender balance, we have seen significant improvement compared to, say, even 3 or 4 years ago for GSMA. A big challenge of ours remains, making sure that our board, as I mentioned before, we have a board of 25 mobile operators from around the world. KT is one of them, Verizon is one of them, okay? Vodafone is one of them, okay? And out of the board, we have, out of the 25, maybe I'll ask you, how many do you think are women CEOs? Please take a guess. Spot on. Spot on. I think he's cheated. Yeah, that's true, and that can be a lot better. Okay, and so it's a commitment made by our leadership team to work together with our members to ensure that in turn that we put forward diverse candidates for the GSMA board in time for the next board elections. And we are actually promoting that continuously with our members. Okay. Let's look at gender equal pay. Now, when it comes to gender equal pay, this is an issue that many companies, we know struggle with. We see again that our progress has been steadily improving. Compared to 2021, as you can see in 2023, we have almost hit target right with female and male employees paid almost equally within a 1% difference. And actually, in terms of promotions, women did better in 2023, and it's great. And we hope to be able to continue to do that, because men have had a head start as we see, in the works force, in the economy and so forth. Now, something to keep in mind when we look into gender equality pay issues is that professionals advance their career levels understandably, and they would be remunerated accordingly. But as we're still looking to equalize the number of men and women in senior leadership positions, it's inevitable that it has an impact on gender equal pay story, which the GSMA is trying to change, because it will be reflected as a gap in our gender equal pay report, simply because of the fact that there are slightly more senior men in the senior leadership positions than women. And this will change over time. Okay, so I'm just trying to say that it's important to make sure that the numbers, okay, just looking at the numbers, be interpreted with context, as they don't really tell the whole story. Just please do keep that in mind. That said, the data presented here is gathered mainly from locations where GSMA is allowed to gather such data. Okay, in the UK, yes, easily done. Because we are mandated by law to report on our gender equal pay gap, which is not really the case in many other countries around the world. All right. Okay, so just before we go, I've shared with you what we are doing internally, because we can only lead by example. Okay, we cannot preach what we don't do, otherwise we'll be hypocrites. So now I'd like to speak a little more about the external commitments. Now, it's equally important to ensure that what we are relaying internally in terms of goals and objectives is then translated externally, because the GSMA has a lot of influence in its immediate ecosystem, with its members, and also with its ecosystem partners. And let me stress that GSMA has made these commitments, but these commitments are not just on paper. They are tied to concrete goals and objectives. They are supported with specific projects or initiatives that have a purpose of substantiating the commitment GSMA has made. So, for example, in the case of Equal's global partnerships, gender equality in the digital age, as a co-founder, the GSMA is very, very involved in the Equal's work. And it's currently co-chairing the Skills Coalition, which is one of the 4 Equals coalitions. This is just one example, of how we've substantiated the commitments we have made. And you can see the list of external commitments as they speak for themselves. I would like to also draw your attention before I conclude today to a case study that we submitted as part of our commitment as a UN Women Empowerment Principles signatory, and something that is very relevant for all of you today. We have all gathered to learn from each other, to exchange best practice, but also to speak candidly about some of the challenges we face, which is not something we can encounter often, because it's much easier to talk about the successes. So, for this purpose, I chose to highlight the case study on confronting the gender gap pay globally, which we submitted to the UN Women's Secretary and which was published almost 3 years ago. In this case study, we presented that what has worked, but where we struggled when it came to addressing the gender pay gap at the GSMA. So, as you will see here, the way we tackle this head-on was really to ensure there is continued commitment from the highest levels of the leadership team. ACCA, our DG, to begin with, and when it comes to recognizing this issue and also rectifying it. This is why we were set on implementing the equal pay policies. Before, I spoke a little about our gender bias decoder, which was one mechanism we instituted in order to ensure that there is no discrimination. And this is because the moment you recruit somebody, taking into account their, for example, salary history, that has an impact on the decision of the hiring manager, in turn, in terms of how much they're willing to pay that candidate. And that perpetuates the discrimination of the continuous and ongoing pay the candidate is to receive at the GSMA. So we're going into that, even that detail, okay, to be aware of ourselves and what we need to be focusing on. And this is why the human resources team made a decision to no longer ask candidates about their previous salary history, because that will impact mainly women and individuals from underrepresented groups who are historically underpaid. And this is why we made a decision not to ask for this information a priori. And as a matter of fact, not even to require qualifications unless they are specifically needed for that role. Now, this is really, stress the importance of education. And this is driven by, aggressive education for and by our human resources and recruitment teams, because they also need to recognize their unconscious bias and ensure that they are not reflecting their own biases onto the hiring decision, because they can also in turn impact on the decisions of the hiring managers. And this is something that we have also addressed with ongoing training and awareness raising. I'd also like to point out that employees need to also be heard and represented, because they need to be a part of the decisions we make, which is why we established the One GSMA Forum back in 2019. And that also ensures that we are continuously also gathering feedback and improving the internal processes by getting lessons learned from our employees, including new hires. Regular and public reporting is important, because unless we disclose openly what our issues are, it is very, very difficult then to address them. And more importantly, to keep ourselves accountable, accountability. Now, I've shared our GSMA's experience, okay, and what we're doing, our commitments, internally and externally. And if this is something that you're thinking about for your own organization, this would be our recommendation. It is certainly to ensure that you are reporting internally and monitoring, but also externally, because then you can share the challenges and experiences with other organizations from your sector and learn about what has worked for them. It's all about collaboration, okay? Exchanging information and making sure that single word respect, okay, is set in concrete within the organization. And I think that single word is very, very much lacking in this world. And as I end this presentation, I would like to actually, also think about, what's going on, for example, in the Middle East, okay, and other parts of the world. And that, that results from the lack of respect, mutual respect for each other. Whether you're a woman, you're a man, or whether a non-identifier, is just called respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have very limited time for our panel discussion. So I will basically have only 5 minutes of our Q&A, because there were some questions that were asked by the audience before the event, and we wanted to honor those questions as well. So please kindly bear with us for going over time just for a few minutes. But we'll ask our distinguished speakers from the previous session to kindly come to the podium, and we'll have just 5 minutes of Q&A. Now, please kindly bear with us as we set up the chairs. I just wanted to mention to you that after this Q&A, we have a very special session focusing on the construction industry leaders within Korea. This is a rare opportunity for you to really hear about great stories of women in the construction sector here in Korea. And then we have a special musical performance. Professional singers will sing very popular musical songs for you before we have the dinner reception. I just heard their rehearsal before the event, and it was wonderful. So I just ask you to kindly enjoy a little mini musical. You know, it's not easy for very busy working people to go to musicals and so on. And today we have a performance specially prepared for you. So please do stay with us and enjoy the networking dinner as well that we prepared for you. Now, I'd like to ask all the speakers from my previous session to kindly come to the podium. So Misun 상무님, Mike, John, Gary, and Shweta, please kindly come. Okay. 상무님.
Due to limited time, I will probably ask only one or maximum two questions to each of you. Okay. 먼저 한국말로 시작하겠습니다. I'll start asking questions in Korean to Misun 상무님 in respect of the fact that the majority of the audience today are Korean speakers. 상무님, 연사에서 여성도 적극적으로 회의에서 발언하고 필요하다면 사내 정치를 해야 된다고 하셨는데요. 저희가 질문을 받은 대로 앞서 게리 포드님께서 말씀하신 대로 여성들은 디테일에 강화되는 이유로 좀 디테일이 많이 요구되는 프로젝트 관리나 행정 관련 업무의 배정을 보통 받아서 정치를 할 수 있는 핵심 직군에서는 배제되는 경향이 있다고 합니다. 그리고 여성들 스스로가 꼼꼼히 챙겨야 하는 일이 많다는 이유로 스스로 정치할 시간이 없다. 심지어는 나는 그런 거 싫다. 나는 못한다. 조용히 죽어라고 일하면 알아주겠지. 이런 사고를 하기도 합니다. 이런 것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시고 조언을 주실 수 있으면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분들 모두 전략적이고 핵심적인 업무 하고 싶으시죠? 그런데 제가 이제 리더로서 보니까 여성이든 남성이든 누가 디테일한 업무에 강하고 누가 전략적인 업무에 강하지 않더라고요. 그거는 얼마나 어렸을 때부터 그런 걸 경험하고 컸는지에 따라 달려 있었습니다. 예를 들면 뭐 제가 이제 기획 총괄하고 있는데 새로운 아이디어나 기획서를 이렇게 내는 걸 보면 어렸을 때부터 한 친구들이 잘합니다. 남녀를 불문하고. 그래서 제가 여러분에게 해주고 싶은 얘기는 전략적이고 기획적이고 핵심적인 직군에서 일하고 싶으면 항상 본인들이 어떤 일이나 회의 시간에 제가 많이 얘기를 하라고 했을 때 전사 관점에서 이야기하는 습관을 들이고 그런 시각을 키우는 게 먼저 필요하고요. 그리고 본인들이 낸 성과에 대해서 저 잘했어요 이거 아니고 저는 재무적으로 얼마의 성과를 냈어요 라고 명확히 자기를 홍보하고 다니세요. 식사를 하시고 커피를 마실 때 그냥 얘기하지 마시고 저는 지난달에 이런 일을 해서 재무적으로 파이낸셜 퍼포먼스를 얼마를 냈는데 너무 기뻤어요 라고 평소에 이야기를 하세요. 그리고 혹시 창의적인 아이디어나 전략적인 핵심 업무에 일을 하고 싶으면 관련 아이디어를 수시로 얘기하면서 그 일을 하고 싶다고 얘기하세요. 누군가는 기억하고 반드시 기회는 옵니다.
Thank you very much. 감사합니다. The next question is to Mike. Mike, the question is as follows. Some managers say that implementing more flexibility and work-life balance measures is a luxury for big companies in this die or survive type of market environment for smaller companies and for startups in particular. That seems like a very difficult choice to make from the executives and from the CEOs. So what is your advice to those smaller companies?
I don't think it's a luxury. I think it's a necessary. Startups and large corporations have the same goal, which is to be successful. Both, whether you're at the very late stage or at the very early stage, you need to generate revenue. So you're going to hire talent. So when I look at startups hiring folks all across the region, they're going to hire the most diverse teams. We live in a global society now. You can't have a team that's only Koreans or only males or only Southeast Asians. In order to win globally now, you have to have diversity. because your user is diverse. The people who use Samsung, Instagram, Google are not just Korean. They're all over the world. So to build that product, it is not a luxury to be diverse. In order to succeed, you have to have a diverse team now. We don't live in a world where your product is only going to help the Korean people. You're building a product now from day one that has to help a woman in Indonesia, a man in London, someone else in Sao Paulo. So I don't see it as a luxury. I see it as a just necessary thing to do.
Thank you, Mike. The next question is for Gary. Gary, this is a tough question. Okay. Inclusive leadership, as you call it, is a good idea, but not necessarily always the most efficient type of leadership in all cases, because sometimes divide and rule politics can get you far. And in fact, in the real world, many people indeed became extremely successful building up on the existing patterns of discrimination in politics. What do you say to that?
Yeah, thanks for that nice, easy question. So I realise that. I've come across clearly many individuals like that. But I'm not convinced you have to do that to be successful. I do recognise that managers have to do some tough things, right? Sometimes they have to make decisions that are unpopular, right? Sometimes they have to make decisions quickly without necessarily having time to build consensus. Sometimes, or in fact always, they need to set standards and actually give people feedback when they don't meet those standards, right? And also, you know, if your team is not performing, then you probably need to take action. I think managers, leaders have to do these things all the time, but you can still do that and you can still be an inclusive leader. Because I'm a strong believer that if you want to build a high-performing team for the long term, the carrot is better than the stick. I'm absolutely convinced of that. I feel like I've built some very high-performance teams in the past, I'd like to think. So I think being inclusive is not just being nice and kind. It's doing the right thing for your team to help them succeed and generate proper business performance. The final thing I would like also to say is the fact that we are not perfect. Right? No matter how inclusive you want to be, you'll still get this wrong, right? I mean, I get it all wrong all the time. So I think kind of recognizing and being human is actually quite a valuable trait in a leader. And actually, I think people and teams respond when they see their leader, you know, behaving that way. And when they make a mistake, being able to say, I made a mistake, I'm really sorry, and I'll try and maybe do a little bit better next time. But, yes, there are political maneuverings. Actually, I was never very good at that. That's maybe why I kind of, you know, never quite made it to CIO. But I don't think it has to be that way.
Thank you. This was very helpful. Now, the next question is to Shweta. Several participants actually sent their comment through Slido that while introducing corporate policies and targeted measures to promote and designate a certain number of women executives in the board would be desirable indeed, but some men in their companies may resist such measures, saying that it will constitute a reverse discrimination. Now, what would you say to that, and how do you think companies can wisely manage such resistance?
So the last thing we want to do is promote reverse discrimination, right? We're all talking about parity. We're all talking about diversity, equality, parity. Reverse discrimination is equally bad, I would say that, right at the upfront, right? But I think we have a long way before we reach that situation. To be very honest, the facts, the statistics, the figures, the incidents, and the conversations we've been having right since the afternoon talk about that how we really need to drive a change. And I'm hoping I'll still be in the work stream when we do reach that stage. It'd be interesting to see how things pan out at that point in time.
Thank you. Now, the last question goes to John. John already touched upon a little bit on GSMA's efforts to reduce the gender pay gap. Can you just elaborate a little bit? I mean, not just GSMA's experience, but what is your sort of advice to reduce consciously and effectively to reduce the gender pay gap that is still very much entrenched across the sectors?
Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, it needs to really come from the top. The CEO or the leadership need to acknowledge that first, recognize that there is an issue, okay? Recognize that there is a big gap. whilst at the same time working with the middle management levels and of course the rest of the staff, okay, to actually train them to realize that this gap within this company, within this organization exists. Now, within GSMA, I think you saw the data and that I put forward, shared with you. The gap is very, very minimal, and we're very, very proud of that. But we are also aware that in many of our adjacent industry partners, the gap is quite big. And the most important thing to be able to do that is to actually have, number one, training, okay, internally. Number two, HR getting the direction from the leadership team or the CEO that recognizes it and makes every effort to close that gap as fairly as possible, taking into consideration the diversity requirements of that organization. Yeah, so, yeah.
Thank you very much. I only have the time to ask one more question, and I'll ask back to Misun An. 멘토십이나 스폰서십 관련해서 여성들을 서로 이끌어주자 이런 말들이 있습니다. 그렇지만 이미 직장일이 너무 바쁜데 또 일가족 양립 때문에 그나마 버티기도 힘든데 왜 굳이 회사 안팎에서 이런 일에 시간을 쏟아야 하냐고, 아니면 쏟고 싶은데도 잘 안 된다고 하는 사람들이 있을 수 있습니다. 우리 상무님의 경험을 바탕으로 왜 우리 모두가 이런 일을 해야 한다고 생각하십니까? 또 하고 싶지만 못하는 사람들에게 하실 수 있는 조언이 무엇입니까?
저는 그 여성 멘토가 없었어요. 하지만 많은 남성 멘토분들이 있었습니다. 그래서 제가 현직에서 일을 하면서 많은 코칭을 받았고 그 코칭을 남녀를 불문하고 후배들한테 해주면서 첫 번째는 내 자신이 제대로 가는지 알 수 있고요. 두 번째는 그 후배들로부터 또 다른 리버스 멘토링을 제가 받아서 많은 거를 배우고 있습니다. 그래서 제 생각에는 저희가 서로, 그러니까 남녀를 불문하고 서로 주고 받고 같이 성장하고 이러면서 진정한 가치를 실현할 수 있다고 생각하고요. 제가 이 질문과 상관없이 마지막으로 좀 하고 싶은 얘기가 있는데, 우리가 뭐 유리천정을 깼다, 남녀가 여성의 유리천정을 깼다 이렇게 얘기하는데요. 저는 과감히 말하고 싶습니다. 유리천정은 깨는 게 아니고요, 녹이는 겁니다. 그 녹이는 데는 멘토와 멘토십, 스폰서십 이런 것들이 같이 함께해야 녹일 수 있고요. 깨는 게 아니라고 저는 생각합니다. 이상입니다.
감사합니다. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our fantastic speakers. Now we have the second segment of our second session. Now I'm going to invite Ms. Dr. Park Ki-suk, who is the chairperson of the Korean Women's Society of Architects and Engineers and the vice president of the Smart Green Infrastructure team of Isan Corporation. She's a giver and a mentor for women in the industry for many years, and she has made significant contributions to ecological restoration and smart green city initiatives in Korea. Now we are going to have the final panel discussion segment and then move to the dinner reception. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Park Ki-suk, the moderator of the session, as well as our three distinguished speakers, Ms. Yoo-jung Park, Ms. Kim Se-jin, and Ms. Jung Hara. Please.
안녕하세요. Hello everyone. Let's call it a day. Okay? No? 여기가 건설 현장이었으면은 저희는 다 퇴근했어야 됩니다. 한국말로 칼퇴. 그리고 영어로는 어떻게 하나요? Let's call it a day 맞나요? 예. 그런데 이제 이 시간까지 이렇게 남아주셔서 너무 감사하고, 여러분들은 리얼 대한민국 건설 산업 현장에서 다양한 분야에서 일하고 있는 그런 정말 살아있는 사람들을 만나는 그런 시간으로 만들어 보겠습니다. 자, 한국 여성 건설인협회, 잠깐 제가 일어나서 얘기를 해도 되겠죠? 예, 한국 여성 건설인협회는 말 그대로 여성들이면서 건설 분야에 근무하는 다양한 직군입니다. 토목, 건축, 어디를 보고 써야지 이게 다음으로 넘어갑니까? 예, 토목, 건축, 도시계획, 기계, 전기, 조경 빠진 거 있을까요? 저기 우리 박보경 부회장님 기계 부회장님이시고요. 잠깐 일어나서 인사해 주시고요. 그리고 토목 부회장님 김선미 부회장님. 네. 이분들을 왜 소개해 드리냐면 대부분 사람들이 여성들끼리 이렇게 모여서 해 그게 아니라 각각 우리나라 토목 산업의 역할을 하는 그 분야에서 여성위원회를 수십 년간 맡았던 분들이 다 모여서 우리가 된 것입니다. 그래서 우리가 모이면 We Build a City. 그래서 책을 2권을 냈죠. 그래서 우리 그 도시를 하나 만드는 우리 대한민국의 여성들에 대한 이야기를 풀어보도록 하겠습니다. 이게 어디를 해야 돼? 예. Build. 게리 어디 갔죠? 게리? 헬로. 같은 영감인 것 같습니다. 제가 깜짝 놀랐어요. 아까 이 컨셉처럼 거 푼다 그랬는데요. 저도 빌드로 풀었습니다. 예, 빌드 처음 얘기해 볼까요? 네, 비즈니스 필드를 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 저 이제 앉아야 될 것 같아요. 자, 각 분야별로 오셨어요. 제일 처음에 소개해 드릴 분은 토목인데 사실 건설은 남성들도 어려워요. 그냥 안 하고 싶은 직군이거든요. 근데 왜 건설이 도대체 나에게 어떤 영감을 주었길래? 아까 산드라는 이제 원래 오빠들이 하라 그랬다고 그랬는데 왜 하게 됐는지 한번 솔직한 심정과 또 각 분야에서 무엇을 맡고 있었는지 프로젝트를 좀 설명을 해볼까 합니다. 나에게 건설이란 했죠. 일단 토목 분야는 어느 분야에서건 가장 개척자예요. 도로, 인프라 기반들을 하기 때문에 가장 험한 곳이죠. 근데 가장 저희 중에 연령도 제일 젊으시고 현대건설 정아라 매니저님 소개시켜드립니다. 각자 소개하시죠. 예.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 현대건설 토목사업본부에서 이제 해외 토목 현장을 대상으로 컨트랙트 매니지먼트를 담당하고 있는 정하라 매니저라고 합니다. 현대건설은 이제 세계적으로 인정받는 종합 건설사 중에 하나인데요. 이제 미국 건설 엔지니어링지인 ENR에서 매년 순위를 발표를 하는데 2023년도 세계 순위에서 현대건설은 11위에 랭크되었습니다. 이 순위는 이제 대한민국 시공사 중에서 이제 가장 높은 순위이고요. 20위권에 랭크된 대한민국 회사는 현대건설이 유일합니다. 이러한 현대건설에서는 이제 수많은 해외 프로젝트, 토목 프로젝트를 수행하고 있는데 지금부터 짧게 이제 주요한 토목 해외 프로젝트를 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 그림에 보이시는 이 교량은 이제 쿠웨이트에 위치한 자베르 코즈웨이 브리지입니다. 이 교량은 이제 세상에서 가장 긴 교량 중에 하나로 손꼽히고 있는데요. 무려 연장이 36km에 달하고 있습니다. 다음은 이제 튀르키예에 위치한 이제 보스포러스 해협을 건너는 서드 보스포러스 브리지입니다. 이 교량 같은 경우는 이제 현대건설의 이제 브리지 테크놀로지의 집약체라고 표현을 할 수 있는데요. 사장교와 이제 현수교가 이제 하이브리드 형식으로 표현된 교량이고 이 교량이 가지고 있는 월드 레코드 중에 하나를 소개시켜드리면 저 사진 속에 이제 브리지 타워가 세상에서 이제 가장 높은 높이를 자랑하고 있습니다. 얼마나 높은가 하면 이제 프랑스 파리에 위치한 에펠탑보다도 높은 위치입니다. 이제 다음은 싱가포르 투아스 핑거 3 컨테이너 터미널 프로젝트입니다. 현대건설은 약 40년 동안 단 한순간의 공백기가 없이 싱가포르에서 리클레메이션 프로젝트를 수행하였는데요. 그 결과 이제 싱가포르 국토의 약 7%를 현대건설이 확장하였습니다. 이제 다음은 이제 쿠웨이트의 이제 첫 LNG 수입 터미널인 알주르 LNG 임포트 터미널입니다. 현대건설은 이제 리클레메이션, 오프쇼어 패실리티, 그리고 이제 플랜트까지 이제 A부터 Z까지 전체를 시공하였는데요. 이 공사의 경우 이제 대한민국 시공사가 수주한 해외 프로젝트, 단일 프로젝트 규모에 있어서 가장 큰 규모로 손꼽히고 있습니다. 마지막으로 두바이의 랜드마크인 두바이 아이입니다. 이 두바이 같은 경우는 이제 세계에서 가장 큰 대관람차인데요. 지금까지 현존하던 라스베이거스의 하이롤러보다 더 큰 250m의 높이를 자랑하고 한 번에 1,750명을 태울 수 있는 규모입니다. 실제로 두바이에 가시면 이 두바이 아이는 너무 커서 이제 사진 속에 한 번에 담을 수 없을 정도로 커서 아마 놀라움을 금하실 수 없을 것 같습니다. 이렇게 5가지 주요한 최근에 준공한 토목 프로젝트 소개를 끝으로 이제 현대건설의 소개를 마치도록 하겠습니다.
너무 긴장하셔서 본인이 왜 토목공학과 갔는지를 잊어버리시는 것 같습니다.
제가 이제 토목을 선택한 이유는요. 정말 솔직히 말씀드리면 이제 1학년 때 이제 성적에 맞춰가지고
솔직한
네, 이제 그 메이저를 선택을 했고요. 이제 토목학과를 배우다 보니까 선택할 수 있는 게 뭐 시공, 설계 같은 것들이 있었는데 저는 사실 설계는 할 자신이 없었어요. 뭐 계속 테이블에 앉아 있는 게 제 성향에는 맞지 않아서 그래서 이제 시공사를 선택을 하여 이제 현대건설에 입사하게 되었습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 예. 박수 좀 쳐주셔야지 다음 분이 힘을 낼 것 같습니다. 예. 그 다음은 이제 우리 박유정 수석님이죠. 예. 조경 분야 좀 소개해 드려 보겠습니다.
생각보다 좀 길어지는 것 같아서 많이들 지치신 것 같은데 저는 슬라이드가 한 석 장 정도 됩니다. 이제 일단 뭐 특별히 저희 회사가 월드 클래스로 했던 여러 가지의 뭐 그 디자인이나 프로젝트를 보여드릴 수도 있지만 그런 거는 이제 구글에서 얼마든지 검색이 가능하실 것 같고요. 그래서 그런 거보다는 제가 왜 조경을 하게 됐고 또 조경을 하면서 왜 시공사에 오게 됐는지 또 제가 이제 28년째 삼성물산에서 근무하고 있는데요. 한 회사를 이렇게 오래 다니는 그 과정을 잠깐 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 저는 박유정이고요. 삼성물산 건설 부문에서 조경에 대한 업무를 총괄하고 있습니다. 제가 28년, 그러니까 94년에 삼성물산에 입사를 했고요. 제가 학번은 사실 조금 학교를 일찍 가가지고 86학번입니다. 근데 86학번인데 제가 조경을 하게 된 이유는 그때만 해도 이제 저희 나라 뭐 아시안 게임 한다 그러고 올림픽 한다고 이제 준비할 때고 막 경제 성장을 하던 시기라 저희 이제 집안에 이제 유럽에서 독일에서 오랫동안 이제 공부를 하고 오신 이제 친척분이 제가 무슨 과를 갈까 고민을 할 때 이제 시간이 지나고 나면 경제가 발전하고 나면 모든 사람들은 자연에 대한 그 가문과 조경에 대해서 관심을 가질 수밖에 없는 세상이 온다. 그래서 조경을 하는 게 좋겠다라고 하셔서 사실 그 한마디 믿고 이제 조경학과를 가게 됐고요. 그 조경학과를 다니면서 제가 이제 졸업을 하고 대학원 졸업하고 어디를 갈까 고민을 하다가 디자인도 좋고 엔지니어링도 할 수 있고 이제 시공사도 갈 수 있는데 마지막에 모든 것은 시공이라는 것으로 해서 작품이 하나로 이제 결집이 된다라고 생각이 들어서 눈으로 볼 수 있는 무언가를 만들어내는 것에 좀 관심을 갖게 됐습니다. 그리고 제가 입사할 때 이제 여직원이 200명 동기 중에 제 여자가 2명이 있었거든요. 그래서 여성이 가지 못했던 분야에 대한 어떤 도전 의식도 좀 있어서 제가 삼성물산에 또 조경을 하면서 오늘까지 오게 됐습니다. 프로젝트 잠깐만 말씀을 드리면요. 보시는 건 이제 동대문 디자인 플라자라고 이제 DDP라고 저희는 많이 얘기하는데 동대문 디자인 플라자를 이제 저희 회사가 했고 저는 그때 이제 본사에서 조경을 총괄하면서 지금 보시는 이제 옥상이 대부분 이제 그린 루프라고 그래서 옥상 녹화가 되어 있는데요. 처음으로 국내에서 비정형 구조물의 옥상을 빔을 활용해서 옥상 녹화를 했던 사례라고 할 수 있습니다. 이 또한 조경에서 가장 넓은 면적의 옥상 녹화를 하고 또 빔이라는 걸 활용해서 비정형 구조물의 그 옥상을 설계하고 시공했던 어떻게 보면 도전을 했던 그 결과물이라고 할 수 있을 것 같고요. 지금 보시는 것은 이렇게 숲같이 보이지만 이 서울 시내에 있는 문정동이라는 곳에 있는 저희 회사가 갖고 있는 아파트 브랜드인 레미안 갤러리라고 합니다. 이 레미안 갤러리가 주는 의미는 뭐냐면 ESG의 하나의 일환으로 탄소를 저감할 수 있는 숲의 모델을 만들고 그것이 조경으로 발현이 돼서 사회에 공헌할 수 있는 부분을 좀 찾게 됐고요. 그래서 탄소를 저감할 수 있는 모델 정원을 만들어진 첫 번째 사례라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 마지막으로 이게 한 60만 평 이상이 되기 때문에 항공 촬영을 해서만 볼 수 있는 광교, 경기도 광교에는 광교 호수공원이라고 하겠습니다. 광교 호수공원은 또한 저희가 뭔가를 새롭게 만들 때 다 없애버리고 하는 것이 아니고 도시 재생 사업의 일환으로 기존에 있던 농업용 저수지 2개를 활용해서 호수공원을 만들었고요. 그 호수공원에 대한 시공을 맡은 게 저희 삼성물산이고 전체를 저희 회사에서 총괄했고 저는 본사에서 설계에 대한 총괄을 진행하게 됐습니다. 그래서 지금 동그랗게 보이는 것이 이제 데크라고 해서 레빗이라고 하는데요. 이 또한 빔이라는 프로그램을 사용해서 사용하게 됐습니다. 회사에 대한 소개나 프로젝트는 여기서 마치고 제가 한 가지 더 말씀을 드리면 제가 28년을 근무할 수 있었던 것은 앞에서 많은 선배님들이 저한테도 많은 인사이트를 주셨지만 제가 28년을 근무하겠다 그리고 삼성물산에 입사했으면 아마 중간에 포기했을 것 같습니다. 어려운 상황이 너무나 많았기 때문에 하지만 1년을 3년을 버티고 3년이 5년이 되고 그 과정에서 제가 하고 있는 일에 대한 열정과 중간에 뭐 박사를 한다던가 기술사를 한다던가 하면서 제 역량을 키우는 데 집중하고 한 해 한 해 뭔가 이렇게 일에 몰두하다 보니 어느덧 여기까지 오게 된 것 같고요. 그래서 저는 회사에서도 후배들한테 제가 이렇게 걸어왔던 과정에 있어서 먼 목표보다는 한 단계 한 단계 본인이 성장하는 곳에 필요한 것을 찾아가는 것이 중요하지 않겠나 그런 얘기를 많이 나누고 있습니다. 이상입니다.
네, 다음은 건축 소개드리겠습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는 한국 중부발전에서 일하고 있는 김세진이라고 합니다. 좀 한국 중부발전이라는 회사가 생소하게 느껴지실 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 저희는 이제 한전그룹사입니다. 그래서 한전에서 분사돼서 2001년도에 그래서 지금 한전이 전기를 이제 각 가정이나 필요하신 곳에 보낸다. 그러면 그 전 단계인 발전소를 운영해서 전기를 만드는 그런 회사입니다. 그래서 한국 중부발전에 근무하게 된 지는 17년 지금 차이고요. 그래서 앞에 지금 사진들을 봤는데 너무 막 미래도시 같은 사진들이 있는데 저는 제 프로젝트나 제 이제 그 커리어를 말씀드리려면 좀 과거로 가야 될 것 같아요. 그래서 사진을 한번 보여드리면서 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 회사 같은 경우에는 이제 발전소가 여러 이제 저희 서울뿐만 아니라 여러 도시들에 있는데요. 제가 지금 있는 곳은 서울입니다. 아시는 분들은 아시겠지만 저희 서울에 있는 발전소는 당인리 발전소라고 예전에 뭐 부르셨던 그 기억이 있으실 텐데요. 그래서 이 옛날 사진을 보여드리는 거는 이 사진 같은 경우에는 1971년입니다. 제가 보니까 지금 4호기라고 돼 있는데요. 당인리 발전소는 1호기부터 5호기까지 이제 건설이 됐었어요. 그래서 이때는 보니까 지금 4호기 아마 준공식 행사를 하면서 이벤트로 아마 직원이 결혼하셨던 것 같아요. 발전소에서. 그래서 아마 한복을 입고 지금 이렇게 전통 혼례 비슷한 그런 것들을 진행했던 것 같은 사진입니다. 그게 이제 지금 당연히 4호기고요. 다음은 더 과거로 가보려고 합니다. 이거 같은 경우에는 1950년 사진입니다. 그러니까 73년 전이죠. 근데 저기 보시면 이제 가운데 발전소가 하나 있잖아요. 얘가 이제 당인리 발전소 1호기입니다. 얘 같은 경우에는 저희 서울 당인리 발전소 같은 경우에는 우리나라 최초의 발전소가 생긴 곳입니다. 그래서 1930년에 준공한 발전소인데 저 때가 아마 한 20년 정도 지금 발전하고 있는 모습인 것 같고요. 근데 50년, 73년 전이면 그렇게 멀게 느껴지지 않는데 사진을 보시면 아시겠지만 한강에 이제 나룻배들이 왔다 갔다 하는 사진을 보실 수 있습니다. 요거는 지금 현재 저희 발전소 사이트에 남아 있습니다. 요거 같은 경우는 5호기 사진인데요. 이때 사진이 아니고 요건 아마 제가 보니까 그 조감도를 그리신 것 같아요. 흑백이지만 조감도를 그려서 그때 당시에 이제 있었던 자료들입니다. 그다음에 요거 같은 경우에는 저희 그 발전소 3호기를 철거하는 사진입니다. 발전소 같은 경우에는 그 수명이 30년 정도 저희가 이제 예상을 하고 발전을 하거든요. 그래서 아마 요거는 수명이 다 돼서 철거했던 그때 사진인 걸로 보여집니다. 그리고 그 이후에 이제 지금으로부터 한 15년 전 정도 될 것 같은데요. 그때 사진입니다. 이거 같은 경우에는 저희 발전소에 당인리 발전소에 4호기, 5호기만 지금 보시면 굴뚝이 2개 있는데 4호기, 5호기만 남아 있고 나머지 그 발전소들은 이제 폐지돼 있는 사진입니다. 이것도 한강에서 바라본 사진이고요. 그래서 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 발전소가 이제 수명이 30년이다 보니까 저희 5기가 2017년도에 폐지됐는데요. 그러면서 저희가 새 발전소를 이제 해야 되는 시점이 오게 됐어요. 오게 됐을 때 이제 저희 사이트에서 서울 정말 한가운데 마포구라는 지역에서 저희가 발전소를 만들다 보니까 엄청난 민원에 이제 시달리게 된 거죠. 저희가 이거 어떻게 해야 될까? 그래서 저희가 이제 자그마한 아이디어지만 아이디어를 냈습니다. 발전소를 지하에다 넣고 그 다음에 지상을 공원을 만들자. 그래서 그 공원을 시민한테 개방하자. 발전소가 어떻게 보면 되게 폐쇄적인 공간인데 그런 아이디어로 지금 첫 번째 프로젝트를 완성했습니다. 그래서 현재 모습이거든요. 지금 건물이 빌딩이 하나 보이시는데요. 그 굴뚝이 뒤에 건물 위로 올라와 있는 거 보이실 겁니다. 발전소랑 그 빌딩을 일체화해가지고 만들고 지하에 지금 동그란 바닥에 보시면 동그란 원이 보이실 때 타원이 보이실 때 그 밑이 지하 한 30m 정도 되는 발전소가 지금 설비들이 들어 있습니다. 그리고 그 옆에 보이는 굴뚝 두 개는 4, 5기 아까 말씀드린 4, 5기 그 예전 발전소이고요. 그래서 저희가 그 지하 발전소 만든 곳을 1단계라고 얘기하는데요. 1단계는 저희가 공원을 만들어서 벌써 시민 개방을 했고요. 2단계는 무슨 공사가 남아 있냐면 지금 4, 5기 폐지된 발전소를 그 영국에서 오신 분들이 있으실 텐데 테이트 모던 같이 이제 만들자 하는 프로젝트를 남겨두고 있습니다. 그래서 저 4, 5기를 문화시설로 만들어서 또 이제 개관하는 그런 프로젝트를 하고 있습니다. 네, 이상 제 소개를 마치겠습니다. 너무 길게 했나요?
네, 다들 그 엔지니어들이어서 기술력 얘기가 나오면 끝이 없는데 제가 좀 야박하게 끊을 수가 없어서 앞으로는 딱 끊으려고 제가 준비했습니다. 여러분 이런 거 보셨죠? 방송에서 네, 이걸 하나씩 나눠주고 이제 그 말씀하실 분들만 말씀하시게끔 해서 빠른 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 다음 이제 바로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 사실 건설 분야가 많다 보니까 제 거는 잘 안 넘어갑니다. 예, 저는 빨리 진행을 해야 되겠는데요. 저의 이 모습과 이 모습, 제가 현장 가면 이렇게 쓰고 있고 또 해외 여러 현장에서도 이렇게 안전모를 쓰고 또 이렇게 다닙니다. 그리고 또 한 가지는 저희가 이제 기억에 남는 프로젝트는 라오스 프로젝트인데요. ODA 사업이죠. 공적 원조 사업입니다. 메콩강 앞에 있는 그 홍수가 너무 심해서 재난 안전을 위해서 하다 보니까 자그마하지 않죠. 14개짜리 축구장이 나오는 이제 공원이 있었는데 이 공원을 하다 보니 제가 여성으로 엄마로 갔기 때문에 이럴 수 있었던 일인데 사업비가 모자란 거예요. 그때 토목 공사만 해도. 그래서 공원을 지을 수가 없었는데 여성 조경인들이 어머니의 마음으로 이렇게 라오스에 2억 정도 펀딩을 해서요. 2억이라 하면 전체 사업비의 0.04 뭐 2% 정도밖에 안 되는데요. 펀딩을 해서 실제로 이제 우리나라에서 흔하게 볼 수 있는 이런 놀이터를 기증하는 사업을 해서 그 지역의 진짜 어린 아이와 엄마들이 정말 이렇게 행복한 시간을 가질 수 있고 또 이렇게 엄마들이 가서 건설인으로서 갔을 때 공간이 변화되고 생활이 변화되는 그런 좋은 케이스를 한번 경험할 수 있었습니다. 다음은 이제 유니티인데요. 사실 여러 그 내용에서도 나왔지만 건설 분야가 굉장히 다양한 분야가 모이다 보니까 이 유니티가 정말 문제인데 사실 이 유니티를 가장 해치는 것 중에 하나가 죄송합니다. 이게 제가 한글로 해가지고 어디를 하려고 그랬죠? 예, 성별 고정관념 계속 나왔는데요. 아까 동양권에서는 이걸 계속 갖고 계셔요. 예를 들면 저희가 한국직업능력연구원에서 초, 중, 고 학생들 12,000명을 대상으로 직업 대상의 어떤 그 설문조사란 결과가 놀라웠습니다. 왜냐하면 그 12,000명의 여학생들 중에 건설 분야에 진출하겠다는 학생들은 제로. 그러니까 탑 20위권 중에 없었고요. 남성들은 11위까지는 있었어요. 그래서 굉장히 남성들도 좋아하진 않는 직군에 있구나라는 생각이 들었습니다. 성별 고정관념 같은 것을 토목 분야나 이렇게 직군별로 조금 갖고 있습니다. 좀 옛날 얘기 아니야라고 하시겠지만 좀 한번 나눠주실 분 있으면 OX를 지금 한번 써보겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 있다 없다. 다 있어요? 다 하지 말고 한 분만 할까요? 정하라 우리.
이제 토목 분야 같은 경우는 이제 유난히 보수적인 분야이기도 한데요. 이제 제가 이제 신입사원 때 이제 현장 터널 현장 OJT를 갔었는데 이제 건설공사라는 게 이제 수많은 하청사와 함께 공사를 하잖아요. 이제 하청사 반장님께서 여자가 터널에 들어가면 터널이 무너진다라고
오 마이
하면서
갓.
이제 저한테 이제 현장에 들어가지 말라고 하셨던 이제 좀 슬픈 일화가 있습니다.
그러게요. 근데 이게 지금 진행이 내용이 많아서 이 비하인드 스토리는 좀 나중에 좀 들어보고, 그리고 또 저희가 입사할 때도 난관이 있습니다. 입사 면접인데요. 입사 면접 때 여성 차별적인 발언을 들었냐 하는 저희 협회 설문 결과가 너무 놀라웠습니다. 77.8%. 여성 차별적이다. 예를 들면 어떤 건지 경험 있으신 분 하나 둘 셋. 아 있으십니까? 어떻게 박유정 성님.
이거는 뭐 저희 그러니까 지금은 있을 수 없는 얘기고 거기에 뭐 나이와 학교까지도 전혀 이제 기입을 안 하고 블라인드로 해서 지금 면접을 이제 하고 있는데 신입사원을 저희가 채용하고 있는데요. 저 입사할 때만 해도 제가 이제 대학원을 졸업하고 왔을 때라서 이제 한 분이 이제 마지막 면접을 하는데 자네는 결혼을 언제 할 생각인가 하고 한번 물어보시더라고요. 그래서 뭐 그때만 해도 이제 결혼한다는 거에 대한 고정관념도 사실은 있던 시절이라 결혼 몇 년 있다 하겠습니다. 그렇게 이제 제가 대답을 했는데 사실 결혼이라는 것이 제가 직장 생활을 해보니까 직장 생활인데 크게 모멘텀은 되지는 않는 것 같습니다. 크게 변곡점은 되지는 않는 것 같고 이제 아이가 있느냐 없느냐가 건설회사를 다닐 때 하나 이제 중요한 본인이 그 뭔가 고민을 할 때는 좀 역할이 있었지 않았나. 그래서 막 28년, 30년 전 얘기라서 지금은 없지만 과거에 돌아보면 이런 일이 있었고 지금은 많이 변해서 그런 거에 대한 이슈가 없다. 이런 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
네, 다음 죄송한데 다음 넘어갈게요. 다음 넘어가겠습니다. 해외 및 지방 근무가 건설 회사이기 때문에 필수입니다. 실제로 그러면 지방 근무 뭐 해외야 출장을 다녀왔지만 지방 근무가 있었다라는 분 계실까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 지방 근무. 예. 우리 김세진.
저희 그 아까 또 말씀드렸지만 발전소 특성상 저희는 이제 바닷가나 아니면 강가에 위치하게 되니까 그 서울에 있는 경우는 거의 없고요. 거의 뭐 오지 중에도 오지 막 이런 데로 가는 경우가 많거든요. 근데 저희 회사에 있는 직원들은 그거에 대해서는 좀 마음의 각오가 돼 있는 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 서울에 근무할 수 있는 한정적이니까요. 지금 그 처음에는 저희가 이제 뭐 그 지방 가는 거에 대해서 엄청 스트레스를 많이 받기도 했고 했지만 이제는 조금 익숙해질 면이 없지 않아 있고, 그리고 저희가 이제 워낙 지방 이전을 지방에 많이 근무하고 또 여직원들이 조금씩 늘어나면서 또 회사에서도 조금 다른 움직임을 하시는 것 같아요. 직장 어린이집을 만든다든가. 그래서 이제 결혼한 여직원들이 스트레스 받지 않고 조금 이 지방 근무할 수 있게끔 그렇게 시스템을 만들고 있는 중인 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 이거 외에도 이제 다음 슬라이드 좀 넘겨주시면은 여성 진출 뭐 최저 비율이라든지 이 문제가 있긴 한데 다음 슬라이드 또 넘겨보시죠. 그 빌드에서 이제 각각의 업무의 고유성을 갖고 계세요. 그래서 이 여성들이 있었음으로 해서 변화하는 공간들 사례를 좀 보려고 하는데 우리 박유정 수석께서 아파트를 하시다 보니까 이제 여성들 시각으로 봤을 때 변화한 공간 사례를 한번 좀 보여주시기 바랍니다.
아까 앞에서 이제 제가 하는 업무를 말씀을 드렸는데 이제 다 아파트의 대부분 우리나라 주거의 한 70%가 아파트라고 하는데요. 그 여성이기 때문에 이제 맘스테이션이라는 게 요즘에 아파트에는 있습니다. 아이들 등원을 시키고 아이들을 내려놓고 하는 이제 차량으로부터 안전한 공간을 만들고 대기 공간 이제 맘스테이션의 역할을 하고 있는데 사실 이 부분을 할 때는 이제 뭐 도면대로 시공을 하거나 설계를 하는 것이 어려운 것이 아니고 엄마로서 직접적으로 아이를 데리고 가보니 이런 어려움이 있더라. 또 아이가 있을 때 아이가 기다리면서 무슨 행동을 하는지에 대한 유심히 이제 볼 수 있는 기회가 있기 때문에 그래서 이 맘스테이션을 어떠한 규모로 어떻게 만들어야 되는지에 대해서 고민을 조금 더 할 수 있었던 것 같아서 뭐 이제 아까 뭐 이제 여성이라서 섬세하고 말씀을 하셨는데 이건 섬세함의 문제라기보단 조금 더 아이에 대한 집중적인 관심과 경험을 통해서 배울 수 있었고 그게 이제 업무로 발현이 됐던 거라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
네. 그리고 또 한 가지는 이제 저희 협회에서 서울 해바라기 아동센터라고 그 아동이면서 성폭력 피해를 받은 아동들이 원스톱으로 치료를 받는 공간인데 이런 공간의 사업 일환으로 도시 등대 사업이라 그래서 도시에서 일어날 수 있는 좀 어둠의 영역을 저희가 공간 개선, 환경 개선을 하면서 여성 변호사회와 협업을 해서 이번 주 월요일에 마침 착공식을 했었는데요. 이제 이런 공간 환경 개선을 함으로써 아이들이 좀 편안하게 치유를 받을 수 있는 공간으로 ESG 사업 일환으로 여기 계신 중부발전에서 또 ESG 산업으로 했습니다. 그래서 여성들이 움직였을 때는 이렇게 어떤 접목이 잘 되는 거죠. 실질적으로 우리가 필요한 부분이 무엇인가. 다음은 여성 리더십이 그러면 어떨 때 필요했는지 사례가 있을 것 같아요. 일단 이 부분에 대해서는 있었는지 다시 한번 이거 준비한 거니까 한번 들어볼까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 예, 김세진 말씀해 주시죠.
지금 이런 사례들이 뭐 리더십이라고 말할 수 있을지 제가 잘 모르겠는데 저는 아직까지 회사에서 리더인 포지션이 아니기 때문에 중간자적 입장이긴 한데요. 아까 제가 말씀드린 저희 이제 프로젝트를 예를 들면은 워낙 그 민원도 심하고 또 지자체에서 반대도 심하고 이렇게 진행되다 보니까 서로 이제 감정의 골이 이제 깊어지는 거죠. 그럴 때 어떻게 보면은 여성으로서 그리고 또 여성 그 직장인으로서 뭔가 아이디어를 내야겠다는 생각을 했었어요. 그래서 저희는 사실 그 근처에 사시는 분들을 함께해서 협의체를 만들었어요. 그래서 그걸 정기적으로 만나면서 의견을 듣는 거죠. 왜냐면은 들어주는 것만 해도 제가 봤을 땐 그 민원의 반 이상은 줄어드는 것 같은 느낌이었거든요. 그래서 그 협의체를 운영하면서 그 의견을 듣고 또 수용할 수 있는 것들은 제가 이제 설계에 또 반영하게끔 이렇게 진행을 했었고요. 예를 들면 그 주변을 보니까 워낙 좀 낙후된 지역이에요. 그 마포구 저희 발전소 주변이다 보니까 그러면 거기 사는 이제 그 아이들이 놀이터가 없더라고요. 그래서 이제 놀이터 같은 것들 또 저희가 조그맣게 저희 공원에 마련해드렸더니 엄청 이용을 많이 하세요. 지금 보면 그것도 그렇고 또 요즘 이제 그 반려동물들 많이 키우시잖아요. 그래서 반려동물 그 산책할 그런 공간이 없다. 그래서 이제 또 다음 저희가 2단계 프로젝트 할 때는 반려동물을 위한 놀이 공간도 마련하려고 지금 하고 있습니다.
네, 아무래도 여성이 쓸 공간이니까 여성의 눈으로 좀 더 명확하게 제시할 수 있을 것 같아요. 이제 마지막입니다, 여러분. 예, 그 멋진 디너도 기다리지만 멋진 저희의 바램도 조금 들어주시면 감사하겠습니다. 일단은 우리 스스로도 셀프 리더십이죠. 아까 계속 말씀하셨지만 스스로 돕는 자를 돕는다고 인식 개선하는 것 필요하고요. 실제로 우리가 한국 여성 과학기술인 육성재단이라는 곳에서 한 2,600명 올해 9월에 따끈따끈하게 이제 조사를 해보니 결국 여성과 남성 다 같이 원하는 것은 다양성을 인정하는 것 그리고 또 모두에게 공정한 기회 이 키워드는 전 세계가 같은 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 한 가지는 이제 행동 개선이라는 거, 그러니까 do it 진짜 해야 된다라는 거. 제도 개선에서도 또 있습니다. 제도 개선에서는 77%가 제도 개선을 해야지만 이 일을 극복할 수 있다라는 같은 이제 설문 결과가 나왔었고요. 재미있는 것은 같은 여성이어도 기혼이냐 미혼이냐 좀 차이가 있었습니다. 기혼 같은 경우에는 역시 그 아이의 돌봄 문제들, 케어 이런 부분에서 좀 많이 되었고요. 저희는 사실 공간이 변하면은 저출생도 변할 수 있다라고 생각하는 부분이 있습니다. 뭐냐면 3대가 살 수 있는 아파트를 3대에게만 분양해 준다. 이건 대통령님께 좀 얘기하고 싶은 건데요. 한국 특성상 이제 주거에 굉장히 집착을 하기 때문에 3대가 주거하는 공간 개혁, 건축가들이 디자이너들이 얼마든지 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 이런 어떤 정책적인 제안, 공간이 변하면 여성의 삶과 돌봄이 되지 않을까. 그리고 또 이제 시설 개선에 대한 거는 사실 저희가 현장을 다녀보면 실제로 남성분들이 더 많기 때문에 기본적인 화장실, 뭐 휴게실, 또 탈의실, 뭐 부족한 부분들이 살짝 있습니다. 그러나 안전하게 안전 탈의실, 안전 화장실 이런 것들이 조금 더 세밀하게 디자인이 되었으면 좋겠다라는 생각도 해보고요. 다음 넘어가야 되는데 이게 다음 넘겨주시겠어요? 예, 이거 오늘 아마 많이 사용하셔서 배터리가 다 된 것 같습니다. 그리고 비전 제시 부분에서 저희 협회 차원에서 의논해서 한 내용들을 조금 공유할까 합니다. 그냥 쭉쭉 넘어가 주십시오. 예, 저희가 아까 말씀하셨지만 탄소 굉장히 문제가 많고 그거를 ESG로 전략 세미나를 각 분야가 토목 분야, 뭐 기계 분야, 또 자연 분야, 건축 분야에서 구조 분야에서 올해만 해도 4번을 지금 했습니다. 그래서 기술 역량 강화의 주역으로서 여성 리더들을 만들고 있습니다. 다음 넘겨주세요. 이거는 또
제가 잠깐
계속
짧게 말씀드리겠습니다. 리더스 캠프라고 해서 13년을 지금 진행을 했고요. 이제 여성들이 산업 분야, 이공계 분야에 많이 진출을 하고 특히 산업과 관련된 건설 분야에 이제 진출하길 바라는 차원에서 정확한 정보를 전달하고 대학을 졸업하고 나면 어떤 곳으로 진출할 수 있는지에 대한 멘토링을 하는 리더스 캠프가 있습니다. 그래서 이제 저변 학대와 그 친구들한테 외롭지 않게 네트워크할 수 있다라는 뭔가 용기를 줄 수 있는 그런 캠프가 있습니다.
네, 아까 1000명의 리더를 만든다는 그 인상적인 것이었는데 제가 계산해봤더니 1년에 100명 하면 한 10년 해야 되는데 인원수를 늘려야겠습니다. 예, 다음 또 화면 좀 보여주시죠. 그리고 그동안 여성이 만들어가는 도시, 또 아이들이 행복한 도시 이런 주제로 끊임없이 건설 기술인 그 여성 건설인들이 좀 노력을 해 왔습니다. 그리고 또 바람이 있다면은 어떻게 가장 이제 젊은 세대라고 할 수 있는 다음 슬라이드.
이제 제가 이제 앞으로도 쭉 이제 건설인으로 살아갈 이제 주니어로서 느낀다면 이제 정책 제도와 같은 바운더리가 좀 든든하게 제공이 되어야 될 것 같고요. 또 이제 다양성, 비전, 희망 같은 것들은 이제 노 바운더리로 이제 제한 없이 제공이 된다면 앞으로 많은 여성들이 이제 건설업에도 참여할 수 있을 것이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
계속 여러분 MVP가 뭐죠? 최우수 선수죠. 여기 오늘 이 자리에 오신 분들 다 MVP십니다. 근데 또 하나 의미가 있습니다. 어떤 생태학적 용어인데요. 생태학적 용어에서 MVP는 최소로 존속 가능한 집단입니다. 그래서 아까 30% 얘기 나오셨는데 실제로 저희는 지금 2.5% 또는 전체 건설 기술인 라이센스를 가진 분들 기준으로는 한 13%가 아직 30% 되려면 멀었는데요. 캐치프레이즈 하나 만들고 싶습니다. We are MVP. 오늘 모두들이 MVP십니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, thank our wonderful speakers. I think this was a very rare opportunity to really hear firsthand experiences from the construction sector, and they are really building all the environments and the places that we live and work. So thank you very much.